Testing, 1, 2. Hi, everyone. Happy Saturday. We're waiting on one more juror, but there was a bit of last minute reconfiguring of the panel. So it's possible something got lost in the shuffle. Maybe we'll be joined by one more person a little bit later. My name is Emma Price. I'm one of the 6 instructors for senior projects at Cal Poly Pomona this year. And we're really excited to share our projects with you. Maybe I can quickly introduce our jurors to the students, and then I can give you guys a quick overview of what we've been working on this past year. Let's see, I'll go through the jurors first. That's what I said I'd do. We have with us Doris Sung, who's the Director of Undergrad Programs at USC and the Principal of Dosu Architecture. Welcome, Doris. We have Casey Hughes, Principal of Casey Hughes Architects. Welcome, Casey. We have Chris Riley, who is a CPP alum, so you are familiar with the senior project, and a senior designer at Sarah Jacoby Architect in New York. Welcome to the 3 of you. Thank you so much for joining us this morning and taking time out of your weekend to be here. If you are less familiar with our senior project, I'm going to put the concept board link in the chat, which I think you already have in email as well, but just for ease of access. I'll be sharing my screen and the students will moderate, but you're also welcome to kind of zoom around in the concept board on your own and, look at things a little bit more closely. Here at Cal Poly Pomona, we don't call it a thesis, we call it a senior project because we truly treat it as a project. And we ask the students to take into account real world constraints and really work on this as a building. We want them to have real ideas, but we also want a pretty high level of resolution by this time at the finals, where they've thought about structural systems and zoning constraints and egress requirements and facade systems, and all of these different kind of levels of technical resolution for the projects. Each studio, you're going to see 2 students from my section and 2 students from Sarah's section. We will move around. You guys will stay here in this room. Each section has a slightly different neighborhood that they're working in and around downtown Los Angeles, and a slightly different umbrella program that sort of gave guidance to the students as they developed their own programs in the fall. So our studio is working in the Mission Junction neighborhood of Los Angeles, which is just east of Chinatown, between Chinatown and Lincoln Heights. Some projects are sort of on the edge of Lincoln Heights. It's an interesting neighborhood. There's the newly built Los Angeles State Historic Park there. There's a history of industry and supportive housing, and it's a quite an interesting sort of mixed neighborhood that's closely adjacent to a lot of other things in the city. Our umbrella program was Live Work, and the idea of kind of living and working in the same space. And students took that in different directions. So some students took that in a direction that maybe we are kind of more used to thinking of it as, in terms of, say, artist housing or kind of an office in the home model. And some students were interested in thinking about how can you expand live work to encompass types of work that aren't typically thought of as candidates for a live work environment. So the students will introduce their own projects, and you'll kind of see a couple of examples of what directions they took that. Chris, Doris, and Casey, do you guys have any questions for us before we jump into it?
I do have a simple question. And just as a reminder, were you guys all working remotely this semester, or was it in person and your review is just remote?
We were mostly in person this term. So we went back to campus in February of this year. So the fall was remote when we were doing the research, site research, program development. And we've been mostly back in person, but the way that the campus rules are basically is what's requiring us to have Zoom reviews. We're not really allowed to have so many people in one building still.
And is this considered comprehensive design as well? Or is that separate?
No, it's considered one of the comprehensive design studios. So the students, we're asking quite a lot of them in terms of having it be their capstone project and being a comprehensive studio. Good question. Yeah, any other questions? All right, I can share my screen. Jessica, I believe you're up first. Let's see. I'm going to turn off my camera just to make sure that the quality of the internet is focused on the sharing portion of things. And Jessica, whenever you're ready, you take it away.
Okay, cool. All right, hello everyone, I'm Jessica. So this project is composed of live work lofts for artists and public art studios open to both the resident artists and neighboring community. So it's located at the intersection of North Main Street and South Avenue 20. And it's at the cusp of Lincoln Heights residential zone to the north and industrial zones to the south, across the street from the Brewery Art Lofts. So the Brewery Art Lofts is an existing successful artist live work building where long-term resident artists have developed a community among themselves, but they exist within a bubble and lack connection to the neighboring community as they're open to the public only twice a year to showcase art. Physically, the Brewery Art Lofts is a large concrete barrier that towers over the community and is unwelcoming to visitors with very little openings in the facade. So in response, this building provides a connection to the neighborhood, both programmatically and physically. So there are opportunities for equipment to be rented for those who can't afford tools on their own, and classes are taught by the resident artists in the art studios that are open to the public to participate in. When classes are not in session, these art studios are open for public independent work. The two programmatic elements of the art studios and residential units are integrated throughout the levels. And physically, the idea of porosity is used through the massing that has several openings at the ground floor that lead into the courtyard, which is shown here. And there are openings throughout the upper levels where circulation weaves throughout the spaces, allowing interaction between the two user groups. So there are two residential unit types, studio and one-bedroom lofts, with high ceilings and an emphasis on the work of the live work, meaning that besides the bathrooms here, there is a large open space that allows flexibility for artists to work in. So the ground floor is the most public level with several openings that lead from the street into the courtyard that houses a variety of activity to occur, including art exhibitions, workshops, and opportunities for the wood shop, ceramic, and visual art studios to spill outside and into the courtyard through roll-up doors, allowing the public to be more integrated with these art studios. And here in this perspective, you can see you're standing right here looking into the courtyard, and these roll-up doors are in action with the ceramics studio interacting with this public space here. So as you move to the upper levels, there are more residential units the higher the levels go. These are the residential units here. And then the public art studios are integrated within. So the art workshops have some double and some are triple height spaces that connect the public spaces together vertically. And horizontally, the art studios are integrated through these roll-up doors again, where we see as on the first floor, they spill out into the public circulation space and provide a greater connection and interaction between the user groups. And the various pathways of the circulation and plan allow for an integrated circulation along the courtyard, but also a more private walkway where only residents will go through, allowing more privacy for the residents. And here in this perspective, you're in the circulation space and you see one of the public art studios that are starting to spill out into this public walkway here. So these higher levels have mainly residential units, and then there's rooftop access over here, as well as on this floor. And this is a peek into the 1-bedroom loft. And so in these sections, you can see the double and triple height spaces vertically connecting these spaces together, as well as horizontally, this one into the circulation space and this one into the courtyard. And you can see these vertical relationships happening in perspective as well on these two perspectives. So the various circulation paths produce openings in the building and adds another level of porosity, providing small glimpses of the activity that happens inside the courtyard from the street view here. So you see the trees and the different activities that are happening on the other side. And the thinness in plan allows cross ventilation and natural daylight to enter the spaces. Along the south facade, perforated metal screens are used at the windows and are operable to allow the user to have some control in the type of light entering. It also doubles as a privacy screen, so from afar, one would only see shadows of movement. And the west facade utilizes vertical fins for shading the afternoon light and adds another layer of porosity, providing glimpses into the art spaces at certain angles from the courtyard. So mass timber is used as the structural material, and the exposed CLT interior allows a larger unobstructed space with the raised floor condition as detailed here in the wall section. So overall, through the idea of porosity, this project explores how a space can be designed for interaction between the existing neighborhood of Lincoln Heights and a new community of artists. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. If you want to moderate in the board to move to a certain sheet, you're welcome to do so. I can leave this shared up on my screen.
I have a question about the facade and the pattern on the facade. And Jessica, maybe where and how you decided on this kind of checkerboard, or, you know what I mean, this and I'll just say orange out of simplicity, orange and white facade system. I think, and just to confirm, I think you said it was a metal panel system. Is that correct?
Yes, so it's perforated metal screens. And the idea behind the checkerboard is, I think the two colors, I mean, I guess in a simple way, they would represent these two user groups. So the community and this neighborhood of artists, sorry, the community of Lincoln Heights and this community of artists meshing together and interacting between the two. And there's no really like pattern to it. The pattern is randomized, but it's this idea that it's like a puzzle coming together and interacting within this building.
And the white and the orange perforated panels are all flush with each other,
Yes.
and are treated, and I'm a little confused with your wall section, as like a rain screen. It's just basically a flat panel, right?
Yeah, so there's two things happening along the west facade. You have the panels that are flush with the wall, and then another type of vertical panel that would allow for, you know, in the afternoon light, the vertical fins.
Right, and that's what the fins are, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Jessica.
Yeah.
Can you, nice presentation and really beautiful drawings. Can you speak a little bit more about the relation between the building and the site? Maybe going back to the site plan.
Yeah.
And also talking about, you know, you spoke a bit at the very beginning about the relation to the brewery, and then your ambitions for how this would sort of connect to the neighborhood. And I just wanted to hear more about that.
Like explaining why.
Or I would say how, right? Like how do you see your massing connecting to the neighborhood?
Oh, okay, got it. So I guess just to detail a little bit more of the site. So everything here to the north of the site is all residential. To the west here, there's a school right here. And there's a public government building to the east here. And then just like a bunch of other industrial, the Brewery Art Loft and industrial left here. And the idea behind my massing was that I would have these openings in the ground floor, just so that, when you're walking along the street, that it would be an inviting place to see. So you would see like glimpses of activity, let's say like some sculptures happening, activity that's happening, and that would welcome, the residents or people passing by or driving by to come into the building. If that answers your question a little bit.
Yeah, I guess I was looking for, because there's a major scale shift, obviously, between the brewery and the single family that's just to the north of your site.
Yeah.
And I guess I was looking for an explanation of like how the building's massing, sort of like what you see as the role of this building and sort of making that transition between those two scales.
Yeah, I would say it's about in the middle. So the Brewery Art Loft, I think, is like 6 stories high, or at least my concrete portion. So it's very large compared to these like single family homes. And mine would be kind of in the middle, where it's 5 stories, 4.5 stories. So it's this transition at the bridge in between the two. So it would still, yes, technically be a little bit towering over these single family homes, but at the same time, it's a lot more open. So there's a lot more openings and holes and opportunities for that community of the single family homes to be connected and interact with this community here.
Mhm. Yeah, that makes sense. I actually just coincidentally, I used to live directly across the street from this, so from your
Gosh.
project. So I'm familiar with the neighborhood. It's been many, many years since I lived there, but I am familiar with the neighborhood. I guess, one of the premises that I took away from your presentation was really the idea of this project as being sort of like an extension of the brewery, but offering something, slightly different, offering more connection to the neighborhood. That's one of the major takeaways. I guess with that premise, I'm trying to really like understand, other than the sort of porosity at the street, like what mechanisms are you using to actually achieve that? Other than like the openings that you've spoken about, and then maybe the facade treatment as being like a metaphor, like what does your project offer that the brewery doesn't, and what are those mechanisms that allow it to do that?
I think one of the biggest things, I guess, both programmatically and architecturally. So you have these art studios that are open for the public to use, to have like independent work or partake in these classes. And then at the same time, you have these roll-up doors that are integrated in all of these public art studios that would allow essentially like maybe the ground floor would be the best place to show this. Maybe I'll start moderating. So let's say here, so this is the corner and you have all these roll-up doors. So ideally on a perfect, sunny Southern California day, all these doors would be open. And so as you're either driving or walking along the street, you see this art studio that is happening not only inside, but also outside in the courtyard. And so it essentially becomes part of the street space. So I think that's something that's really special. That's different from the Brewery Art Loft.
I think, Jessica, I think one of the strongest things in your project, and there's many things, but the one that I do want to point out is your interest in making these 2 or 3 story spaces, and the way that you try to extend these spaces both vertically and horizontally. And I think that for Artist Studio really makes sense because of the need for flexibility for some of the spaces, right? And I think you show it in your section, and some pieces are very, very large and need that kind of space, or tall or wide, or things like that. So I think that's actually a really beautiful aspect of your project. I think the way that you display it and represent it also is very clear, which also helps tremendously in understanding that. I think given what even Casey's, is suggesting, and looking at your floor plan level at the street level, it appears that you're also trying to do that on the ground level. What would be nice though, and I think it might help with what Casey's asking for, is how this possibly extends and has relationships to outside of your site. So rather than keeping and bounding your project within the property lines itself, but to actually show how, if you extend it further or across the street, what those viewpoints would be, or the access points between the buildings, for example, on the left, and how it can actually pour and grab in more of the adjacent properties, adjacent communities, adjacent cities into the project to make it, tie better to its site. It does seem like a obvious extension to the brewery and the programming of the brewery and how they work. And so, the question for me too is how, does this, besides the ground floor elements, the upper level, especially the artist studios, their personal live work spaces, how that adds to the value of what the brewery already offers, right? Because their spaces are actually quite large, and I don't know, they're probably expensive now, but for a while was very, very affordable. So how would being on an upper level, for an artist in this type of area that's, relatively low density, be of value in respect to what's happening at the brewery? So how would you qualify that? Like, why would an artist prefer to be in this kind of setting for a live work capacity on the upper levels?
I think one way for me to put it would be, these, I guess going back to the brewery art lofts, these, they're open like twice a year for this, like the brewery art walk, right, to showcase their art twice a year.
Mhm.
And the idea for my building would be that it's open technically like every day of the year, where they're able to showcase their art almost every day.
On the upper
And
levels.
have that. Yeah. So the idea is that there's this open circulation, right? So technically anyone would be able, if they wanted to walk up even to the top floor, to the roof, to these upper levels, to kind of take a peek into what these artists are working on.
Which I think is actually a nice thing. You see that at a lot of artist studio locations, right? Of being open. The tough thing, and it's more typical with studios, right? When people have just studio after studio, the difficulty, and I think that you're grappling with too, is the privacy of a living space, right? By adding that back alleyway too, which appears like anybody can walk there as well. So there's, there's a difficulty between privacy and public areas. But, I think Casey's probably the same. Others are probably the same too, is I do a lot of, different types of work. There's certain types of other programs that, would be really beneficial to me, that would make me want to come here too. And that's probably access to these things, or quick access to things like shared things like wood shop or shop things. Not that I have to go all the way down to the ground floor to do these things, but possibly disperse some of these things on the upper level. And if you want people to actually be walking around on those upper levels too, a lot of those ground level elements should and would be nice to actually come up higher and higher, to make people come up here all the time, as if that's what you're suggesting. And then, the addition of things like freight elevators, of trying to, schlep a lot of big things up there, those types of elements of thinking, how to make it so accessible that, all floors, have that kind of dispersion of programming, I think would be a benefit.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting idea and maybe answers this question of what it could have more than the brewery has as well, because I think that when the brewery is open, there is this really interesting kind of sectional, I guess, relationship that you have with the building as you're walking around. I think you've taken cues from a lot of those things with the kind of bridges above, moving around through the open space, even the garage doors and things. I think it kind of works as a natural extension. And the idea of, bringing that stuff all the way up through so that it's not just apartments and studios, but also, other programs as well. I think that's really interesting. I think overall, I mean, we were talking about in the beginning, the idea of it being a comprehensive project. And I think you really have like a truly comprehensive project. It's really impressive that, it's so resolved on so many levels. I think the relationship of the plan and the section is really great with the double and triple height spaces. And I think it also has a relationship to the facade that maybe you could have highlighted more, when you're asked about the facade and saying, it's kind of a random pattern. In a way it is, but in another way, it kind of ties together a number of other aspects of the project. And I think works really well with a kind of realistic facade system for this time, I guess, and taking it in an interesting direction where a lot of times that can be a weakness of projects, these kind of panelized facades, but you're kind of doing something to it to make it your own and to really give an identity to the building. And I think, even down to thinking about the details and thinking about the kind of passive sustainable strategies of the screen, it's really impressive how many things you've been able to put into the project. So I would commend you for that. And I think the interior views are really maybe the best drawings of the project, although they're, the least technical, I guess. And, but they really do kind of sell an idea of the project. And I think leaving the white space and leaving the kind of openness there also gives you this feeling similar to the brewery, or these kind of looking up and looking around and kind of seeing all of this activity. So I think it's really interesting project. And you've really solved a lot of things while maintaining a kind of independent architectural language. So yeah, commending you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with both those comments, both Doris's and Chris's comments. I think that the project, when I look at the plans especially, I see it seems evident that the project was developed, like maybe it was developed from the unit base, like the studio base, and then it seems like an aggregation of those that's then sort of in some cases surrounded by circulation. And, to Doris's earlier point, I would question about having circulation on both sides of a unit just because of the privacy issues. You were saying that it would allow for private access, but the issue with that is that if you're having windows looking out from a unit, obviously, and people are circulating in front of that, then that could create, sort of tension between like your private view and like people circulating in front of it. So that's why typically like just having a corridor on a single side of a space actually allows for more privacy within the unit. But back to the idea of like the way that you worked on the project, it seems to me like an aggregation of like these rectangular shaped units, and you sort of grouping those together, and then the circulation is something that I'm almost seeing as like a wrapper that's like sort of surrounding those units. And that type of working, I think, is like there's a long tradition of working that way. And but I wonder if that is the strategy. I wonder if there can be more difference between the units themselves in geometry. Like, for instance, they don't necessarily all have to be rectangular, or even a broader shift in terms of the scale of units. And the reason I would say that is just because it would allow for, more different types of ways of working, that type of thing. So that's one point. The other thing that I wanted to say is that, when I look at this project, it seems to tend more towards the brewery in terms of the typology than it does towards the neighborhood. And so I would be interested in how you could take this project and sort of really push it more towards that single family neighborhood that's just to the north. And that could be, done through scale, of course, or it could also be done through what, you know, Doris and Chris were suggesting, which is like really heightening this circulation, really like finding a way to draw people up through the project. So like Doris said, with the ground plane, you know, how you've activated that by creating, you know, green spaces and sort of outdoor spaces. What can you do to sort of have that same sort of relation come all the way up through the building and maybe up onto the roof, right? So that you can really find a way to draw the community through it. I think it should be done through circulation, but it could also be done through program, right? So maybe there's amenities that could be added to the project that would be more tied to the existing, you know, residential community than the artist community. And that might be a way to sort of mix those things together.
Yeah, definitely. You may even want to consider breaking down your stairs so that they're not full, you know, I mean, tower type of situations, but actually dispersing them throughout your project. The other thing I want to mention was this idea of using the perforated screen, which I think is a really smart selection on your part. Looking at your wall sections and some of your facades too, if you look at some of like Morphosis projects, and they use that screen quite a bit, and especially like on the Cooper Union building, when they use that screen, the beautiful thing is by screening it, not only does it shade the building and keep it cool, which I think is an excellent idea in Los Angeles, and something that you may want to double up a little more with your fins, especially on the west side of the building. But it's an ability to make your building system behind it extremely cheap, right? So what they did in their projects is they get these prefab window walls and they just slam it in with, you know, the cheapest wall behind it, and they clad it with this beautiful cladding of perforation. But not only can you do that and you start to show it, is that perforated wall actually could be at many different depths in your building. So it can actually be aligned with your fins at some locations. It could be deeper, you mean further back. It can actually have like what you're showing to a walkway behind it, but it also could be potentially the device that you use on the upper levels to keep that privacy between, you know, I mean, a walkway and access, as well as public viewing. So using those types of devices, I think, could be to your benefit even greater than what you start to show it. But it's nice that you have this tactic that can then be used in a much more diverse way.
Great. These are all extremely helpful comments. And I think, you know, to the point about scale, I know that you were sort of saying the negotiating the scale, and, you know, we asked the students to basically max out the FAR that was allowable. So they, even if they wanted it to be at the scale of the adjacent neighborhood, there's some inherent tension there because most of the neighborhoods we're working in have a much denser FAR allowances currently than what's there. But yeah, any final comments for Jessica before we move to the next student?
Emma, how much time do we have per student, just so that?
We have about a half an hour per student, including their presentation time.
Okay.
And Rick Corsini, you joined us a little late. Welcome.
Yes, hi everybody. Sorry I tuned in a little late here, but I'm really excited to be part of the presentation here.
Great. For the students, Rick is a partner at Corsini Stark Architects and also, I believe, a Cal Poly Pomona alum. Is that correct?
I am, and I'm also a former faculty member. So
you know the ropes.
I know the ropes very well here.
I'll give you a very brief intro again before we move to the second student. Just to recap quickly, the students are asked to really take on this project as a building project more than a kind of thesis might be at another school. It's a comprehensive project where we ask them to think about things like structural systems, facade systems, environmental systems. And our particular section of this studio is working in the Mission Junction neighborhood, just east of Chinatown, by the Los Angeles Historic State Park. So some projects are kind of closer to the Lincoln Heights end, and some are closer to the Chinatown end. And we're working with a general program of live work, but students could develop a program that took that in a number of directions. So some students took it in a way that we might be more familiar of thinking about live work, such as Jessica, who's working with sort of artist loft housing. And some students were sort of interested in expanding the definition of live work to try to encompass different types of living or different types of work that we wouldn't traditionally think of meshing well with the housing model. So yeah, any questions about the setup?
No, that seems pretty straightforward and pretty common scenario for a senior project. So looking forward to the next one.
Great. I'm going to share my screen, and our next student, Noelle, is going to moderate. I'm going to turn my camera off just for uninterrupted video sharing quality here. You ready, Noelle?
Ready. All right. Well, good morning to everyone. My name is Noel Cordero, and well, let's get into the project. This project addresses the critical lack of outdoor spaces for marginalized communities and safe spaces for street vendors in Lincoln Heights. And this proposal aims to create a connection between an existing recreation center and the surrounding neighborhood of Lincoln Heights. Creating a connection with these spaces will allow residents of Lincoln Heights to have a leisure space they can enjoy. It also aims to create a space for street vendors, not only from Lincoln Heights, but around Los Angeles, to be able to safely sell their goods and have their business flourish. As a live work project, this design will allow street vendors and other small businesses to not only sell on the plaza, but to live here too. Okay. Being in and walking around Lincoln Heights, I've noticed how streets have favored cars over pedestrians and the lack of space where residents of the neighborhood can congregate. I've also noticed how desolate and empty the streets feel with little to no trees or shade. So walking like during the summer, it feels like really hot and like unpleasant to be outside. Yet Lincoln Heights has a recreation center, but residents have complained that there's still a lack of space that offers shade or a place to rest or leisure. So the recreation center does have green space, but it's mainly for like sports and other activities. In terms of street vendors and their needs, there has been a growing trend where street vendors have been harassed and attacked by people, especially the police. So that's why it's important for this project to create a space that they can sell without having to run the risk of being harassed. Inspired by plaza squares found in places like Latin America and Italy, this project aims to reflect those same ideas of community, togetherness, and leisure, and place them here in Lincoln Heights. In terms of location, this project is located on the corner of Albion Street and South Avenue 17th in the neighborhood of Lincoln Heights, and located right in front of it is a Downey Recreation Center, as mentioned before. It's a big park that has a recreation center that has a lot of fields to play sports in. Looking at the bigger site, the site is on the cusp between industrial buildings and residential buildings. Moving on to the site axon, this shows the context of the building with the surrounding site, especially with the plaza ground, how it's open towards the recreation center and the neighborhood buildings. Program-wise, the plaza, there's on the ground floor, there's the plaza, the shops in the market, and hovering right above it are the housing units. Here we can see how the plaza hosts various types of events, such as concerts, flea markets, and farmers market. On the ground floor, I decided to illustrate it like this to be able to show different ways of how vendors might set up their shop all over the plaza square. There's also 3 shops here, a market, a small market, and then 2 other snack shops. Moving down, there's this covered patio, which provides ample amount of shade during the hot summer days. And during like nighttime, the patio can also be used like by like taco trucks as spaces to sell their goods. So through the alleyway, like the taco truck can come here and park and then set up shop and have their customers eat here. There's also this auditorium step that not only provides additional seating for the visitors, but as additional space for events set up here if it ever gets too crowded on the main floor. These steps right here lead to the roof terrace. This roof terrace is on the 3rd floor and provides extra space for both residents of the building and visitors as a way to relax and enjoy the view from up above. There's also grass mounds where people can lay down or sit down. And if it ever becomes too crowded on the auditorium steps or on the ground floor, vendors can occasionally come up here and sell as well. In terms of the housing, this is the 2nd floor, which is directly under the roof terrace. This is how the floor plan is laid out. This is the exterior corridor or walkway to access the units, and this corridor faces the public space. Meanwhile, the units face the other side to create as much privacy as possible. So getting into specifics of the units, there's 3 types of units: 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom, and a studio. And I decided to create a cave-in entrance for the units to be able to allow for like decoration space for the residents. This way it allows a sense of, for the residents to create a sense of identity and ownership to their home. As we go down the concept board, I kind of want to show these sun diagrams to be able to explain how the building is able to to provide ample amounts of shade and sunlight to the plaza and the roof terrace. So you have 9, noon, and then you have afternoon, which is 3 p.m. So this section cut just shows the housing on one side with some of the shops at the bottom and storage space for the space vendors. And then over here, you have all the street vendors not on the ground floor, but on the auditorium steps as well. Here inside one of the unit, this is a render of inside one of the units. As we go down, this is the view you have from the roof terrace. And then over here is like the walkway. This is the South Avenue 17 view, and then the view from the ground floor. Next thing I want to talk about is the facade. The facade of the building is made up of 2 layers. The first layer is a steel grid that wraps around the entire building. And then you have the secondary layer, which is an operable facade. The facade works as sliding doors, so kind of like closet doors, which you open like that. The operable facade works as providing shade, creating privacy, and providing airflow. You could describe this facade as like breathable and movable. Since the residents will be able to control how open or closed the screens will be, this will introduce a new reading of the facade depending on the time, day, or even how the residents feel. Even when the panels are completely closed, light and airflow will still be able to come through. These operable facades are found on the balconies of the units, the outdoor corridors, the plaza, and the roof terrace. So just quickly going back up to the units, here are the operable facade to show how they can open and close on all the units. Just quickly, the structure for this building is type 5 on 2 concrete platforms. So in conclusion, through the use of the Plaza Square, this project brings together 2 types of marginalized communities and creates one space that will greatly benefit both of their needs. Those needs being a place for rest and leisure, and a place to safely sell their goods and make ends meet. At the end of the day, it's important that all communities have spaces created to their own needs. Thank you.
Thanks, Noel. I'm curious, I just have a question about the facade. In some of the representations, you show the kind of substructural grid of the facade in contrasting color to the panels. But then here in the renderings, you show it kind of all as one color. So I'm wondering what you imagine in, I guess, in a kind of built form, would you differentiate those things or try to bring them together like in these views?
I tried to bring them together, but in these renders, I just wanted to create a monochromatic render. So just to show more of the shadows that the facade is going to cast over the building. But yeah, like you said, like the question you asked, I kind of do wanted to kind of merge them together.
I see. I think maybe, not to contradict what you want for the project, but I actually really like the views where you see the structure. I think there's something interesting to this really kind of modernist appearance, this kind of rigorous grid that goes against the more, I guess, the more decorative nature of the screen and kind of balances it out and gives kind of multiple readings. I think when you see it all in one color, it's a single reading and something that maybe is a lot more typical than this what's kind of coming out of these other views where you see a combination of both things. I think it kind of gives it a clearer visual structure.
Mhm.
And maybe I'll leave that for now. Just to...
Well, I'd like to take a look at your site plan again, if maybe you could scroll back to that, because I'm trying to understand, first of all, the logic of the plaza orientation and how it's an interesting spot because you're kind of in a no man's land between the 5 freeway and the river. And that's kind of that's a very particular kind of urban design problem to be thinking about when you're trying to create a meeting place at a crossroads, which is a plaza. The first question for me is, what is the logic of the crossroads, the two streets that are meeting, Albion and is it Avenue
17th?
17th. The logic of that site as that meeting place is not quite clear to me. It makes sense that you're across the street from the recreation center and the playground and all that, but I'm not persuaded by the logic of that. And I suppose I'm thinking about how a vendor where a vendor would want to set up shop, right? It's very interesting that if you were to plot, do an analysis of where all the carts are at any one time in a neighborhood or in the city, what is the logic of why a vendor will locate in a particular corner or another corner? And some vendors consistently stake out their territory on one particular corner for day in and day out. Others are going to be there more seasonally. Others will move around in different places. But very often you'll see the same vendor at the same corner all the time. And there's a logic to why they are there with their product, right?
Mhm.
So and I'm trying to understand how this on this site really works. That's my first concern. The second is this plaza intended to be, so if I live here, I would have my shop downstairs, like a mom and pop shop where I've got my living space above the store. Is that the main idea?
That's it's one of the main ideas. Yeah.
Okay, so I think, but because they're carts, they're not obliged to set up shop in this plaza. They could, head out to their favorite corner somewhere in Boyle Heights or on another street corner in Lincoln Heights or wherever the opportunity is to sell whatever they're selling, right?
Yeah, correct. I took when creating this sort of program, I kind of took that into consideration, and the plaza would still be open to other vendors from other parts of the city and sell here. So the people living here are not obliged to directly always sell on the grounds, but also sell somewhere else.
So I think that was going to be my next question. Is this open to other vendors? So I think that's a good idea. Well, let's set aside the analysis that leads you to this particular site, because that's its own problem. The next question is would be about how the ground plane is organized to accommodate multiple types of vendors. So when I think if you were to if you look carefully at other marketplaces, sometimes you'll find marketplaces that specialize, say, in fresh vegetables, or others that specialize in the fish market, or et cetera, et cetera. There's often a kind of a particular set of services that are provided for those vendors to set up, right? And it's very interesting the way those things work. Like sometimes it's just they're folding tables, but there are different ways of measuring the weight of what you're buying, right? And the scales that they set up, and that's part of it. Others are trying to trim or peel or do different things for their fruit. If they're vending, fresh fruit stand, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a whole array of things that they need, and I think that it would be interesting to have a more open and less contained ground floor that would just have these types of services set up. Like it might be wash basins that are used and are organized around maybe two sides of the plaza, which sets up a logical place where the tables and such can be set up, or the carts can be set up. The other thing, or the other big issue, has been just the whole issue about the health department approving the movable carts, right? And the whole issue of getting a health department approval hinges on the fact that they need to have a hand sink and a 3-compartment sink on their cart, which is utterly absurd, right? But that's been the debate that's been holding back the expansion of the vending carts throughout the city. So what if here you said, okay, we've got the hand sink and the 3-compartment sink. There's one in the plaza, or two of them, that everybody gets to use, right? And it starts to set up where this is really about providing the actual services for the vendors, as opposed to really creating, in this case, this full-on shops that I'm saying. Like I see you've got the liquado shop, and there's whatever the other shops are. So it's less of contained full service little restaurant or shops here that you're building out, as opposed to a plaza that has infrastructure pieces that are like water fountains and things like that are not necessarily built out and prescribed.
Yeah, and I'd like to actually go off on some of the
then allow you to use, then taco trucks and stuff can pull up more freely and they might be able to pull into the plaza if need be.
Yeah, and I'd like to talk about some of the things that Rick actually brought up. I guess I want to ask just a really quick question, Noel. Are you actually suggesting that it's only mobile or carts that are going to be here, or is it a different typology that you're proposing for the site?
Oh, like you mean like sort of vendors? Like
vendors.
It's just not cart vendors. Like in the diagram over here, it just shows like different like flea markets and farmers markets where they can load like their blankets and put down and lay it down on the plaza ground. So there's different like typologies for the vendors.
I like the fact that you use the buildings as shading for this area, right? And I would think that sort of what Rick is saying too is the ground floor would benefit more if you actually open it up. If you take this housing, for example, and just lift it all off the ground so they can actually use that ground level underneath, they're also shaded. You get more and more vendors and more access from 4 different sides of the site, right? As well as visibility. And then what you would do is provide on the ground floor some kind of elements or program that everybody can use, like bathrooms and sinks and things like that, and bring everything else, and separate in some ways that living from the vendor space very, very clearly. Otherwise, I would say that you know what I mean, again, to have a different take on the live workspace, I thought when you were going to start talking that it was going to be the, you know, the store shop in front of the house, and that there's going to be a tighter correlation that this facade was inviting people to go up into the upper levels to actually shop and propose a different typology. But if not, then I think you have to make a much more clear separation from it and not add more program like classrooms and community things if you want this to be an active space. The other thing to think about too is in order to attract a lot of people, you see even in malls, you know, when they put food courts together, and you always wonder, is like, why do you put a food court together? Or, you know, in businesses all in one area that are competing, like car dealerships and that type of stuff. In a way, by pulling a lot of people to that location because it's all food, right? And it's food court, you'll actually get more people to come to the site overall, and therefore more likely to buy some of the food at the different vendors. So it's a kind of joint teamwork thing. And so a little bit of your idea of this farmer markets and the markets to do that, I think, starts to consider that. But somehow, again, why, you know, I mean, because it's portable and it's on carts, why would carts want to come here? I think that's what Rick was asking in the first place, right? Why would a vendor want to come here and not go out to someplace else because of the portability of it, which therefore in the end makes me want to think, I mean, maybe it should be slightly different typology of vendor here than the cart itself, right?
Yes.
You also started the conversation by talking about the car, right? And the car culture in Los Angeles and how difficult it is or different it is or competing it is with the cart culture. And so finally, then my question here at your site is, how does this project resolve that problem? Because people, you know, if they're driving there, still need to park somewhere, or they're walking to your site. So, I mean, that accessibility is really key. And so some study about that accessibility to your site is going to be really, really important. And then finally, I just want to end it up with, you know, a lot of these vendors and shopkeepers and stuff need delivery or access by car for themselves, right, to drop off things. And so how would that also interfere or help your project, is how to bring that car in some ways, either for service or for business.
Yeah, I would just add to what Doris is saying for a moment, is that it's necessary to look at something like this as a system, right? And you know, so there's the logic of its location, right? And you know, the vendors are at a corner for a reason. They're selling to people in cars more often than they are to people who are on foot. So they're already positioning themselves at intersections where there's a signal and that people can actually stop, or sometimes it is a combination of pedestrian and automobiles, people in automobiles, depending on what they're selling, right? So understanding that relationship is easy. Like if they're selling flowers, they're going to position themselves near the cemetery and the off-ramp to the, you know, from the freeway, right? And they're going to hand you, you're going to pull off and park illegally or stop illegally. They'll hand you the flowers and you're going to hand them $10 or whatever it is, right? So it's a fast transaction, a handoff. It's different if you're buying a taco. Right. So, you know, you've got to think through what all these, what that the micro relationship is with all that would make it work. And then the other thing is, in a place like this, like if you do have a cart and you live upstairs, where do you store the cart? Right. And how do you surface it, and how do you clean it down, and where's that space? Because it's going to take its own little garage or a workspace for it to store it and to clean it and prep it up. Right.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of might be missing, or maybe you do have it here.
I do have it. I just didn't focus on that, but there's some small vendor storage here in the back, in the alleyway. So yeah, that's the storage available to the vendors. But yeah.
So what you'd want to do is say, okay, vendor storage, how big is it? Does, you know, how many vendors do I have, and can I fit, you know, 40 carts in here, and is there enough space for everybody to be servicing them all at one time? Right?
Yeah.
That would be, you know, how you'd want to test that you have the right amount of space for it.
Yeah, I would agree with those comments. So what I'm hearing is that the Rick and Doris are suggesting that you're heightening the amenities that are related to the market. So it's not about, uh, you know, on the ground level, not about proposing more conventional, like restaurant type spaces, but actually amenities for the market. And in the, when I look at the overall design of the project, in terms of the energy that's been put into the screen, I wonder if that screen and that energy with that perforated metal screen could really be focused on the market so that it, we all know how relentless the sun is in Los Angeles. And I wonder if that perforated screen could really become an element that really calls out the market as being like a sort of special place within the project. And basically, the way I'm understanding it is that you obviously have this ground floor plan that we've been focusing on, but then you also have that sort of roof space that happens on the above the second level.
Yeah.
And so really, how do you tie those together and really make those the focal point of the project? Rather than thinking about the screen as necessarily this uniform element that wraps the building, it could really like highlight the market. And then to one of Doris's earlier points, when you're thinking of the units, like how do the units become specific to the program of the market, right? So Doris was suggesting perhaps that the units themselves could become places of vending, or, the other way, you could think about it is that there's specific amenities within the units that actually allow them to support the market below. That could be prep spaces, that type of thing, the type of, so thinking about like the specifics of what are going to be vended on the ground level in that sort of outdoor space, and then providing amenities that are like convenient to the units themselves that could actually support that.
Yeah.
I think the
Um,
unit.
no, you can go ahead.
I just, now that we're talking about the unit, I think that your units, I like that while they're very efficient, that you've given kind of a lot of space to this outdoor area that's covered by the opening facade, which gives a lot of luxury to even a kind of compact or economical living area. And then I also think it's a great idea giving this kind of alcove in the front that can be kind of, like you said, the, residents can decorate it how they want. It kind of makes the hallways more exciting or less monotonous, but also it can kind of be a kind of front porch, I guess, in a way, which is very rare in an apartment building. If there is like chairs there and somebody has their artwork behind and is sitting out front rather than sitting in the back. So I think that, I think that's really interesting. I think one thing is maybe too boring of a comment or too something of a comment, but I think the bathrooms, I think you are using a lot of space on this bathroom and kind of hallway situation. And I think in a way, what you're starting to get at with outdoor space in this alcove is looking at a different way of making these units. And I think that maybe there could have been a more creative way of using the space inside and trying to minimize the amount of corridors or dead space in such a kind of compact unit, especially I think just given the program and the area, thinking about, rather than kind of single people or young people, maybe it's also a kind of diverse set of ages of people and sizes of families, and how you can kind of integrate that into the ideas of the units as well, maybe making them a little more flexible or have kind of more variety in size. But I think also the way that the facade interacts with these units is really great. And the way that you've thought of the facade, I think is a really interesting and kind of simple way to do this, where it doesn't seem like a luxurious kind of detail that's unrealistic. It seems like something that actually could be created in a kind of, efficient manner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think-
To the facade, I think I worry about perforated metals facades, which I absolutely love, but I worry that a lot of non-architects perceive them as being protective or aggressive. I mean, I love to hear the comments of people talking about the Caltrans buildings, the one in San Francisco and the one here that Tom Main has done, and I love to hear what like lay people think of that building because they're just kind of baffled by it, and either think it's cool or think it's like aggressive and angry. So, but so that's always my fear when I hear about a perforated metal facade. But I think the thing that's counteracting this that I would really suggest heightening in the project is just the idea of its operability and the fact that like it's an expression of the people that are actually using the building, right? So I think that that's for me, the most convincing aspect of that facade is that each individual sort of gets to control their portion of it, and somehow that becomes like a collective expression.
Yeah, that's I think what I wanted to get out of when making the facade. So yeah.
So on the screen or operable component of this, one thing that I'm a little concerned about is the actual design of the operable panel itself. You have a very thick portion, a thick frame, or the openings really read more like punched openings within a solid panel as opposed to a scrim or a screen. And
Yeah.
obviously, collectively, it's when you look at it in aggregate, it reads as a screen. But certainly individually, the proportion and the size of the openings and the frame are quite thick looking. So my concern about that is that what that does is it tends to create more a much stronger cast shadow pattern on the interior when you have direct sun on that. And so it creates it might be too strong of a light pattern on that as it enters an interior space. So I would think that maybe that this could be more fine grained in terms of its relationship between. Yeah, this is a great image, right? It feels almost too enclosed, right?
Mhm.
But it depends on the orientation, of course. If it's north versus south.
This is a south facing the unit is facing the south view. So yeah.
So that's probably my main concern. I do note that I don't know if it's deliberate or intentional or not, but it does seem that the vision panels are more or less at eye level of the openings, which I think was your intent.
Yeah, that is my intention. So when walking around like the walkways or in the units, you can have a view of like the outside if the panels were to be completely closed.
Right. So that's my concern about that. But another point I want to go back to about the floor plan, the unit plan, and I like the idea of the recess that you introduced. I would take it a bit further because I think in the unit plan, you should be also looking at the corridor itself as part of the plan. So I think was it Neil? Someone else had just mentioned. Or Chris had mentioned that I could see a chair there, that this becomes the front porch that overlooks this little walkway of a street. And I would want to understand, well, now what is the width of the walkway? Adding a 5 foot wide or 6 foot wide corridor is a very different affair than a 4 foot wide corridor.
Yeah, this is around like 5 feet wide.
So at that point, then you want to understand, like, what does that feel, and does it can a chair and a little table fit in that space or not, for instance, or is there some a thickened zone at the guardrail that allows for a bench or something like that? Of course, how do you furnish that whole area? How might that become engaged in the social space of the project? Right.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm gonna have to wrap us up here because we have our tight ship schedule where we have to move between rooms, but I think those were all great comments for Noel. Do the jurors have any kind of last comments for this project before you start looking at Sarah's group of projects?
Well, I could just add to what Rick was saying quickly about the scale of the screen. I mean, the thing that resonates for me with the proportions of the screen is it seems it ties to Latin American architecture. There's a sense of it being almost like a contemporary take on a Brise Soleil. And for me, that's what is powerful about it, is it does have that sort of tie to Latin America, which seems appropriate for the program or the project. So I think the larger scale of those openings brings it into almost a brutalist language that I think is kind of, but it's obviously not in concrete, it's in metal. So I think that that's kind of an interesting, like, contemporary take on and a good reference.
Great.
And I would make one last comment. Just, I think there's a comment about the renderings in terms of the monolithic blue color of all this. In some ways, I think it would be really compelling if you were really to make this monolithically blue. And I mean really blue. The plaza is blue. The question would be, how do you make it blue? Is it tile, or it's not going to be concrete paint, I would hope, but maybe it is. That would make it that would add to the distinctiveness of the project and not just be a graphic communication device.
Yeah, well, I think that a good place to be as a student is to have jurors slightly disagree about which direction to take it in, because it means that you set up some interesting discussion points. Hi, Sarah. Sorry, we're 5 minutes.
Thank you everyone.
That's all right. We gotta keep the trains moving. I'm like the Swiss taskmaster.
All right, you've got a great jury. Thank you guys so much for your comments. We've got to run to our next room here. Students, we're going to Zoom room 2, so I will see you there.
Excellent. Hello, everybody. Nice to see everybody.
Great to see you.
Hi, Doris. Hi, Rick. Hi, Chris. Hi, Casey. We have the room I just left lost a juror. I don't know if somebody wants to. We might move one of you over there so we get a more even jury. But let's see. Rick, do you want to go? Do you mind?
No problem.
Over? Let me put in the chat the.
See you, Doris. Nice to see you. Chris, nice to meet you. Casey, as usual.
Come back.
Yes.
Join us again.
I will.
Okay. I just put it in the chat. Why can I email it to you? Maybe.
Okay.
I have your recent.
That is okay. I will see you later.
Okay. Let's see. So, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so you're gonna see two projects from my studio, and let me just send this to Rick. All right. So in and I will put in the chat my my concept board. So many different windows open here. All right, let's see. Okay, so that's the concept board. And so in my studio, the students, we worked in an area of downtown LA that's between the arts, sort of squeezed between the 10 freeway and the Arts District and Skid Row. It's basically between 7th Street and the 10 freeway and Santa Fe and Central. So students were selected their own sites within that area that area is an M3 zone currently, so it's light industrial. But the new 2040 plan, which is what, and I think I was the only studio to use that. It's the new zoning and plan for downtown LA. So we use the new zoning instead of the current zoning. And the new zoning basically allows for mixed use industrial. And because of that, you can build affordable housing within that area, and even potentially mixed housing. It also sort of changes the FAR, which is existing from 1.5 all the way up to 6. The area is mostly sort of warehouse, sort of 1 to 2 story warehouses currently, and I would say about 50% of them are unoccupied at this point. But obviously that land is very valuable, so it, especially with the new zoning, so it's kind of ripe for development. The students had to do some form of housing. They could select what kind of housing they wanted to do, and then they had a secondary program of their choice. They also selected, obviously, who the users might be or what the concept might be for how to integrate housing and the secondary program. So I'm going to share my screen. I did put the concept board in there so you can navigate on your own. Sometimes it's easier to navigate, but the students, once I start sharing, the students will moderate the presentation, and we have, again, about the same amount of time. Students have about under 10 minutes to present, like around 8 minutes, and then we have about 20 minutes for discussion. So I'm going to share. Oh no, host disabled screen sharing.
Go ahead and try again, Sarah. I don't know why I can't make you co-host.
Okay, I'm like, oh no, what's going on? I'm glad you're here to save the day. All right. So let's see. So we're going to have 2 students right now. We have Roman, he's up, and then Natalie. Hopefully you're both here. So just for the students, so Casey Hughes is a local architect and colleague, and currently the chair of the AIA Government Outreach Committee. And then Chris Riley is a ex-student who has now gone on to do great things, lives in New York, went to the GSD, and Doris is at USC, and she is the chair of the undergraduate program there. Thank you all. All right, so you can start moderating, Roman.
Sounds good. Okay, good to go. Well, good afternoon, and thank you all for being here. My name is Roman, and this project, named Heliotropia, is a mixed-use development in the Los Angeles Arts District, which aims to support the wellness of its occupants and the surrounding community through sustainability at the socioeconomic, urban, biological, and environmental levels. It does so by providing housing in the form of apartments, supporting opportunities for the growth of small businesses with a makerspace, and implementing passive strategies for regenerative design with an emphasis on sunlight. The name Heliotropia is a play on the scientific term heliotropism, the tendency of a plant or animal to move towards sunlight. Moreover, it speaks to a notion of seeking nourishment. This is the core principle of the project, to nourish its occupants and the surrounding landscape. The project is located at the intersection of Violet and Mateo Street, just a stone's throw away from downtown LA. Using the new 2040 zoning code, we can transform a 21,000 square foot surface parking lot with a 2-star Yelp review into a vibrant 126,000 square foot building that provides much needed housing, supports the economy, and thereby contributes to the revitalization of this underutilized landscape of forgotten industrial buildings. But why is this important? Well, first, Los Angeles is currently experiencing a housing shortage. So this project addresses this issue by increasing the density of housing of the region with 66 new apartments, ranging from studios to even 3-bedroom units to accommodate a variety of living configurations. The second issue is access to opportunity. In Los Angeles, nearly 18% of household incomes are below the poverty line, 66% of people are below college education, and 23% are below high school education. And this poses a problem, as statistically speaking, people with higher education earn a higher income. So Heliotropia addresses this issue by creating a 22,000 square foot makerspace, which serves the greater community by providing people with the tools, both educational and physical, to bring their ideas to life and support themselves financially. In other words, it provides an alternative pathway of education and economic opportunity for those who cannot immediately access the conventional route of collegiate education. So in turn, these two strategies of increasing housing and accessibility and opportunity will contribute to the increase of socioeconomic sustainability of Los Angeles. So that's in a nutshell what the program is. What does the massing for it look like? Well, on the top, we have the apartments in orange. We have the amenities below that in green. And then we have the makerspace in the bottom levels in yellow. And then to the back, we have a circulation core along the north side of the project. The areas that are shaded lightly are exterior spaces, which we'll talk more about in a few moments. So here's a look at the model in a more detailed axonometric view. And this is where we'll talk about its sustainability at the urban level. So chances are this project isn't going to be the only mixed-use development that will go up in the Arts District in the wake of this new zoning code. In fact, many of the sites in the area qualify for the same zoning parameters, even including the ones directly adjacent to the north and east of the lot. So taking this into consideration, the project faces towards the south, ensuring that even when surrounding buildings go up over time, it can still enjoy a large throw of views that provides quality views and natural sunlight. So we'll talk about its sustainability at a biological level now. This project stands for the idea that wellness is a human right. And unlike traditional apartment complexes, which are often designed without context of their urban surroundings or natural elements, Heliotropia also orients all of its spaces towards the south with ample exterior space and landscaping to enjoy the healing effects of natural light, sun, open air, and vegetation. And regardless of cost or configuration, you can see each unit is outfitted with expansive openings and exterior decks. Here in this form diagram, you can see how the pursuit of sunlit spaces drives the design of the units and their arrangement. It starts off on the top left right here with a traditional double-loaded corridor in which only half of the units face towards the south. Shifting them all over to the south ensures that everyone gets this natural sunlight. And then separating them with a gap in between allows more surface area for that light to pass through. And then, seeing as all these units are designed on this same 20-foot module, we can then resize them in terms of length for a diversity of unit types. And this is where these typologies of the studio, the 1-bed, the 2-bed, and the 3-bed emerge. And you can see that they're paired in these clusters of 2. And then stacking them allows us to reach the target count that meets our FAR, and then alternating them provides experiential diversity and visual playfulness. And then finally, learning from these formal strategies, the amenities in the makerspace follow suit. So now we'll talk about it in terms of sustainability from an environmental level. So Heliotropia supports the wellness of its community and the world beyond. First, it's designed with cross-laminated timber, a structural material that has a significantly smaller environmental impact than traditional concrete and steel. And then second, the project takes advantage of natural sunlight to illuminate and heat its spaces, and then that reduces its need for artificial lighting and power-hungry mechanical HVAC systems. And then third, the project takes advantage of natural cross-ventilation as a means of naturally cooling its spaces. In this example here, you can see the window openings in the elongated corridor provide a pathway for these currents. And then finally, the aforementioned elements of wellness and social equity also contribute to the United Nations sustainability efforts as outlined in the 17 goals. So we've walked through each of these aspects of socioeconomic, urban, biological, and environmental sustainability on their own. But what happens when we put them together in greater detail? Well, we end up with spaces like this. This is a perspective of what it's like to be at the ground level of the makerspace. You can notice the warmth of the mass timber structure and how the light fills the space. You have people kind of shaping their visions of their future, kind of creating this environment that really fosters wellness. And for reference right here, we have a floor plan of this area. You can see that it is an open plan that provides a flexible workspace for the woodworkers and metalworkers. And then to the back, we have a circulation bar from which the other back of house programs are accessible. The entrance to it is on the left from the street. And then as you pass the art gallery and then the front desk, you are confronted with a grand staircase, which serves as a focal point for the floor. And then if we walk up this staircase, we end up on the second floor of the makerspace, which follows in a similar pattern to the one below, except you see that we have a flex education space on the left, and then we have kind of a technology lab on the right with computers, laser cutting, 3D printing. And then in the middle right here, we have a large open to below space from which visitors can look down and see the activities below. And then we also have these kind of exterior spaces and decks to kind of enjoy that indoor-outdoor relationship. And this is what that space looks like in a vignette. You can see we have this open to below space and that sunlight kind of piercing through this exterior, going through there into the bottom. And if we revisit that section that we were looking at earlier, we can see that relationship right here. So that's for the makerspace. We can move onward to the apartments. These are the the four types of units that we mentioned in that form diagram. We have our studio, our 1-bedroom, our 2-bedroom, and then our 3-bedroom unit. And each one kind of is off the same DNA, just kind of expanding with every time we add a new bedroom. And you can see that the primary living spaces are focused towards the southernmost edge of the building, so it can really kind of be served as a focal point for all of these spaces to enjoy that sunlight and the outdoor space. And this is what those units look like when they're paired together in a floor plan for a typical floor. So you can see we have these clusters of 2 with the units side by side. In this configuration, we have a 1-bedroom and a 2-bedroom next to each other. And then we have a 3-bedroom and then a 1-bedroom and a 2-bedroom. And you can see the circulation cores on the northern side, providing accessibility to the units from the north. And then in between, we have these open spaces that are very transparent for that sunlight to come through into every space. And the same follows suit in the other floors. It's just different configurations of units. And up here is what it feels like to be in one of those living spaces. So you can see it has these very expansive openings of glass to really kind of welcome in nature. And you have these exposed elements of CLT and really embracing the eco-friendliness of this materiality. Over here, we also have a rendering of what it's like to be at the amenity spaces of the project. You can see for contrast, I've highlighted all of these glazing components to just show how transparent the project is, not only on the absolute southern sides, but even on the other sides right here, where it also captures that sunlight for the bedroom units. So that just about wraps up this presentation of Heliotropia, a project that aims to better its community and the world beyond through sustainability at its core. Not just in an environmental sense, but in a socioeconomic, urban, and biological sense. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'd love to hear your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Roman, for your very clear presentation. And the thing I have to applaud you is the fact that you're thinking about sustainability on many levels, which I think is fantastic, but is also quite daunting because it's very, very difficult to achieve any of those single ones, let alone all of them. But again, thinking comprehensively, I think, is a smart way to go. The thing that I want to talk a little bit about is this idea of sunlight And mainly because in some of the work that I do recently, I have to deal a lot with sunlight because, I designed recently a self-shading window, and have learned a lot in the last 5 years about light and energy through it. But in Southern California, in some ways, our bigger problem is not getting sunlight, is actually getting shade, is actually in opposition of what you would think. And that the fact that you probably see too in the news that it's more likely that there are deaths related to lack of shade as opposed to lack of sun, especially in areas like Southern California or closer to the equatorial zone. And so, strangely enough, you put all your living space on the south side, which I think in some ways is really quite beautiful given some of the site and adjacencies. But I fear that if anything is going to let too much light in so that those balconies ultimately are unusable. Or what will happen is everybody will try to put up shading devices in those balconies in order to make them useful, right? So that's one thing. And to me, if anything, and again, despite the site itself, your proposal would probably work better in its absolute reverse, formation, actually facing north with those balconies. The thing that you have to keep in mind, I think, that is probably the basis to some of what you are trying to put together is this idea of natural daylight actually is very different than direct sunlight. So natural daylight is actually defined by oftentimes indirect light. And north light, for example, is the best to do that. East in the morning is actually reasonable because most people don't complain of heat and sun in the morning. But in Los Angeles, it's that western, the southwest or western light that is most penetrable, and also is the time where the highest amount of energy for air conditioning is used. So keeping those things in mind, given the fact that you want to do sustainability, part of your story, you also want to make sure is about this energy use, right? And how to keep that energy use down in Southern California. And is mainly based on this idea of air conditioning versus heat. Even though we use heat, it's not that, much of a problem as air conditioning. So which gets me to some of your renderings too. I think they're actually quite beautiful and they're very provocative. But the thing that's missing in your renderings is the idea of shade and shadow in contrast, right? So if you put the shade and shadow in your renderings too, the light that you get in, I think, will be that much more exaggerated and celebrated potentially, as opposed to just yellowness coming into already a bright space. And so then the control of how you can balance that shade, shadow, and light would be greater. In this view that you're showing here from the south too, the angle of the sun, again, at its hottest is going to be much higher up. So it's not going to be a severe angle like this. This angle probably only, when you look at the azimuth of the sun, happens in the earlier morning or later in the afternoon. So, there's differences in how that light actually enters the space and penetrates, and how far or deep it gets into it. But I think the strategy of pairing your units and giving air between it, I think, is something that's actually very, very useful. I think the idea of the ventilation is tremendous. What you're making in some weird way is like 3 different towers that are fairly shallow in depth, so that you can get a lot of indirect light. You can get a lot of window exposure from every single room in your units, and therefore a lot of cross ventilation. So I think that definitely is spaces of high wellness. Ultimately, in the end, I question and wonder if these units would be actually affordable in the end because of that, the amount of material it takes to actually cover that exterior square footage, as well as independently structuring some of these mini towers, I think would not necessarily be inexpensive. And then, sorry, one more thing is about the programming. I do like the fact that you're thinking about providing this educational structure as part of the residents living there. The part that I would like to know more about is the economic sustainability, like who actually owns and runs this facility and profits from it, hopefully, is it the residents or is it some external source or business coming in? Because then, I mean, that also is part of the equation. So sorry, I kind of went on for a little bit, but unfortunately, Roman, you hit a little bit of the sweet spot for me and what I do. So I don't mean to be overly critical, but I think you know what I mean, what you propose is it's in such great detail and thoughtfulness that you know what I mean. I just wish there's that one little you know what I mean difference in the whole thing and maybe a thoughtfulness to shade. I will actually. Can I say one more thing too? Because I am originally a biology major from college and interested in biology, that plants actually grow towards the sun because of the dark side. So when a flower or a plant like a sunflower starts to face towards the sun, it's not that it's actually reaching to the sun, it's that growth happens in darkness. So the shady side of the stem actually grows more and the cells get bigger. So it actually looks like it leans towards the sun too. So there's a lot that actually has to go to darkness in plants because they need that darkness to grow. So
Wow. Well said,
Thank you so
Doris.
much.
That was powerful. And I love that metaphor of like plants growing through darkness. But I agree 100% in terms of the orientation. I think you've pretty much summed up a lot of what I was thinking through the presentation. And to the point about the units, I agree. I think the most compelling aspect of the units is their you know, the way that they've been separated so that there's an opportunity for ventilation through. You know, one of the issues you get when you have units that are as deep as these is obviously penetration of sunlight into the unit, right? So that starts to address that issue. I mean, the proportion reminds me a little bit of Unite, and I don't know if you were looking at those units, but the thing that's brilliant on those units is obviously that they stagger the floors so that you can actually get through units and circulation happens every other floor. So that might be a way, another strategy to think about how you can sort of get light and ventilation from both sides, right? The other thing I would say is in terms of the ventilation that's happening between the units in the longitudinal direction is that you might think about staggering there as well, because right now you have a lot of the windows lining up across that ventilation space. And I think if there is a way to stagger that so that you're not looking directly across through the neighbor's window, that might make that space even more usable. And then I guess I'll just say one more thing. The other thing in terms of like the overall strategy with the site has to do with like the activation of the ground plane. I'm familiar with that area. It's becoming more and more walkable. And right now it's treated very much as like you're primarily activating the, I guess it would be the southern facade. And I would think about it more in the round. So you think about it coming around the corner as well, so that and maybe like you've done that nice move where you've sort of stepped the facade back, which I think would give a nice sort of softened street presence. And you've also carved that courtyard in. And I'd like to see more moves like that sort of really bring the public space into that maker space.
Yeah, maybe to go off of that, I think I agree with a lot of the comments about the housing. I think that it's really nice. I think especially the kind of cross ventilation aspect of it really works. And I see the connection to the Unite or even Peabody Terrace, the CERT housing in Cambridge. But I wanted to focus on the base because I think your presentation was really clear and you had these very clear goals and the interest in sustainability. And I think that the base of the project, if we look at it in that kind of axon render, I think in some ways really goes against what you're arguing for in other aspects. I think one thing that Doris brought up about the kind of strength of the sun and that you're actually trying to avoid it a lot kind of calls into question this idea of the kind of full curtain wall glass base. But I think also on a more kind of standard level, and I know that it's kind of I guess a generic thing to say in reviews that people say that, you know, remind that glass is actually not really transparent most of the time. It's reflective and can be very kind of massive. And I think especially, you know, at the scale of this neighborhood, from the street level, the way that most people would be interacting with this building is walking along a big field of glass. And I think that's not really what you're going for. And I think in a way, just taking that away and exposing the interior in a different kind of a different usage of materials could really, you could open up that interior to the outside, because I think in a way this kind of glass space is really closing it off. And it's also doing something else that I think from what I'm hearing, I think you would want to avoid, which is that it's going towards the kind of standard way that mixed use buildings like this are made, which is a kind of glass clad podium that really kind of puts a wall up to the surrounding neighborhood. And I think, maybe in the version where all of these buildings are built out as, in the kind of ghosted green pieces in here, then, it would not necessarily be so bad. But I think in the current kind of state of the site, it would be really shocking to come onto this. But I think then the interior kind of resolution of that base really works well, and the way that it moves up into the units, there's just something about that exterior cladding that I think goes against what you're kind of looking for in the other views. And I would agree also with a comment I think Doris made earlier, that what's missing from these renderings, because I do think they're really beautiful, I like how illustrative they are and the colors that are in them, but a kind of idea of the contrast of the shadow, I think would really help to kind of bring it together, both to kind of ground the object so that it feels more kind of, grounded, and also to kind of give an idea to that depth. I think, sorry.
Given what both Chris and Casey said too, one suggestion maybe is to maybe every third floor shuffle in some of that ground level program and have the elevators go up to those floors and walk up, and from each of those levels walk up to the residential, right? So that they would only be walking up, give me 1 or 2 floors in between. Again, to reduce the energy use of the elevator. 1, 2, be much more healthful about activating people and walking up and down stairs, right? Part of that wellness thing that you have. And also filling, maybe what happens is if you put it every third floor and they actually take more of they tie the 3 towers together structurally, could accommodate that, and therefore possibly open it up so that you don't have to have corridors. Like you can actually open the north-south component on the upper level so that you can have really more cross ventilation between it, and the whole thing is tied together by solid floors, between all 3 of the floors. Just a suggestion. And take off that beef off of the bottom, right? So that you don't need this really deep floor plate that's clad with the curtain wall around it.
Thank you.
I think overall, just to go back to the kind of, the tower itself, I think that you've really resolved it quite well. The idea of the side core moving into the units, I think you have an actual very buildable kind of plan that both works with the site, saves space, allows you to achieve a lot of these goals that you're looking for. So I would definitely commend you for that it's, I think a lot of times vertical circulation is difficult, I think, in student projects, and it's often something, because of all the technical kind of requirements, that it's something that becomes a kind of secondary thought. But I think by really pulling it in and having your building work with this organizational diagram of putting against the north side of the site all of the service spaces and the circulation, you've really, given yourself a lot of freedom in the front, both above and below, so that, it's the same move that you're doing creates a base that can be incredibly open and, have a number of different sizes and programs of space. And then above kind of gives you this freedom with the units that I definitely like the idea of a kind of skip stop elevator or a more kind of dispersed circulation within that. But this idea of having this kind of back bar that everything comes off of really works. And maybe again, to talk about the structure, maybe that, there's another version where that gets kind of beefed up and becomes more kind of structure forward and allows you to kind of, again, maybe cut down on the cost of each individual kind of building. I think that, you know, bringing CLT into it probably does make it more more difficult or more of a kind of specialty set of detailing. So it's, you know, it's not expected to figure it all out. I think it's a really ambitious project, and you're really hitting your goals in a lot of different ways, both spatially and technically with the materials. So, you know, I would definitely commend you for that.
Roman, Doris had asked you about a little bit about how the business works, and you did spend some time thinking about how that might work. Did you want to answer her?
Sure, I can elaborate on that in some greater detail. So the intention of this project is actually to be a mix of both market rate and affordable units. And the idea is that in a proportion of about 2/3 market rate and 1/3 affordable, the market rate housing is supposed to be able to provide subsidy for the creation of the maker space below. And so that's the relationship that the two can start to create with each other. And an interesting dynamic that I found by making it a combination of market rate and affordable is that it unites people of various financial backgrounds together to create a diverse community.
But who actually operates this makerspace?
The makerspace would most likely be run as a separate kind of independent business, but it kind of relies on that symbiotic relationship with the units above as the whole development supports itself.
But what you're saying is that makerspace actually is serving the residents above, but another business actually is running that makerspace. So the residents above actually have to, you know what I mean? Again, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds, but you know what I mean? They have to pay to participate or to use these facilities. They volunteer and they work as part of it. You know what I mean? I think, you know what I mean, more thought to actually how this thing becomes economically sustainable, I think, would be helpful.
Yes, and the idea is that the initial construction of it is supported by the market rate kind of profits, but the operation costs are sustained by monthly memberships paid, also kind of a similar proportion of market rate membership and affordable memberships. And the idea is that this makerspace serves primarily the community, the whole area. And then it happens to be a nice benefit if the people who actually live in the apartments are able to enjoy the makerspace. That's an option. But the goal is that it ultimately reaches out to the area of the Arts District in LA as a whole.
Yeah, going back to the units, I'm really focused, like most of the jury has been, on the space between the units, that gap that you have for ventilation and light. And for me, I wonder if that space between could become more heightened in the massing, so that when you're reading the building, Doris suggested for a moment that perhaps you could see this as 3 towers, right, instead of a singular tower. And that started getting me thinking about the expression of the building on the site, and wondering if, like, for instance, in those upper levels there, yeah, I like the way you've broken it down that way, but I wonder if you could like fully start to break it down so that it starts as a more massive building, and then as it comes up, it becomes even more expressed in terms of the individual articulation of the towers themselves. Because from some views, it doesn't, you know, and then you have the ambiguity of, like, you know, 1 becoming 3 and that sort of thing, and it kind of, I guess, creates a little more difference as well, like giving more like exposure to light and air on those upper units as well. So I just thought it was an interesting way to push the massing. So it's not quite as uniform from top to bottom in the housing portion.
Thank you. Thank you, Roman.
Right. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thanks,
Great.
everybody.
Nice project.
I appreciate it. It was very inspiring. So thank you.
All right, so Natalie, are we here? Yeah, there she is.
Yes.
Hello, Natalie.
Hi.
Hi. So this is our last one of the morning. So Natalie, and afterwards, obviously, you're welcome to poke around and see all the other work that's up. So Natalie, do you want to show take control, start moderating?
Yes.
Move to the,
Let me-
there we go, to the
All
other
right.
side.
Okay, there we go. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Dadalee. Thank you for coming. I will be presenting my project, which is a combination of a permanent supportive housing apartment with a daycare support program designated to families experiencing homelessness. So the project uses the 2040 plan, which is, the project uses the 2040 plan, which is a new master plan in the place that includes new zoning for the downtown area. And the plan proposes that this area will become an industrial and residential place that will accommodate many users. So some contextual information about this site is that due to the rising cost of living in the Los Angeles Arts District, homelessness is a severe and worsening problem. This concept image shows different experiences by different families experiencing homelessness and how difficult it can be to see the traumatic things they go through. These families have numerous needs, like the ability to find and maintain employment and provide basic housing needs. Children experiencing the traumatic obstacle of homelessness also need safety, food, healthcare, social connections, and a healthy routine. My building program is inspired by the Skid Row Housing Trust organization, whose mission is to provide permanent supportive housing so people who have experienced homelessness, prolonged extreme poverty, poor health, disabilities, mental illness, and/or addiction can lead safe, stable lives in wellness. This area plan here shows the homeless shelters and childcare centers, and as well as the green spaces that are relative to the site. And there we go. Okay. And the massing is oriented north to south to allow natural light and ventilation into the site. The secondary program is located at the ground level, which you can see here, and that is represented in pink. The stacked volumes represented in yellow are the housing units.
Sorry,
The
which one is
massing-
north, Natalie? Just
Oh
real quick.
yeah, sure. So Violet, where Santa Fe Avenue is, facing that way, going north that way.
Okay.
All right. I'll show you with like a site. Let me see if I can. There we go. Here's the little like north arrow where you can see where it is. Okay. All right. So the massing features courtyards with a series of terraces to provide different kinds of green spaces, such as a large central courtyard that looks inwards, providing a sense of comfort and a sense of belonging for the public community living in this area. Then the second level's green space is for the daycare. It's raised from the ground level to provide safety. And the terraces located on multiple floor levels of the building have green spaces to provide views into and out of the site and provide opportunities for social connection for the site's inhabitants. So the building is located between Violet, right here, and Santa Fe Avenue. The housing units are accessible from that same street, so you can see here as well as here. The daycare program, my apologies, the daycare program is accessed along Santa Fe Avenue, and so here's where you park and then access the site, and the delivery is accessible from the alley on the left. The unit types are based on a 20 by 38 grid for the studio units and 20 by 42 units for the one-bedroom units. And this diagram here just describes the spatial organization of how the 760 square foot unit and 860 square foot one-bedroom unit would look and feel like. The building has 31 units in total, where 15 are studio units and 16 are one-bedroom units. For the floor plans, the northern side of the site consists of a double-loaded corridor, while the west and the south consists of single-loaded corridors. The floor plans also show how these green spaces, and you can see throughout it, like it shows how the green spaces are proportioned to the units available. The elevations and sections show the porousness of the building through apertures. There are also opportunities for different views. We also see variation in height. The section shows how the units are facing inwards into the courtyard, and they also show how the materials sit within the walls and the floors. And then my renders further express these different views, the variation in height, they also they express the different views, the variation in heights, and the contrast in materiality. The goal for these spaces was to create a comfortable, welcoming atmosphere for all, regardless of their race, upbringing, social status, and background. The structure diagram is composed of a post-beam CLT construction with CLT panels, and this diagram describes how the materials come together. The exterior has diamond-shaped fiber cement tiles cladded on the facade, and you can see that more here in the section detail. And the environmental diagram just describes the porousness of the building, the terraced units, the courtyard concept, which promote cross ventilation and sunlight access into the site throughout the entire day. Thank you.
Natalie, one of the things about your project that I think is actually really quite nice is the fact that on every single floor you have this green space, and you do that through the terracing. And I think that's actually a really amazing and fabulous thing, so that you don't have to schlep down to another floor if you want to go to an outdoor thing or barbecue something or do whatever you want to do there. So I think that's actually fantastic. I guess I have a question too, because given that idea, do you actually provide other types of community space per floor, so that there could be, places of gathering, and not have to keep going down and up? Because I think sometimes that's the problem of living in these high-rise buildings, right? Is that there's this one major thing to go through when it's actually really quite nice to know your immediate neighbors and to do things with them. So maybe you can, maybe you're starting to point that out, but talk a little more about that.
Yeah, so initially I did have it on the second level. I have, the ground level is the one that's really for like I guess, let me just continue moderating a little bit. But the ground level is where I have like this space that is, for all. If the inhabitants want to gather there in the courtyard level, they can. If it's the public community coming from the street or the cafe retail space, then they can as well. And then I had to kind of think about also separating the daycare, giving them like a sense of privacy and security, because this would be little children. I wouldn't want to mix that in with the courtyard, which is why I put it in the second level. Yeah, and I see your point. I think that there could be another way to also incorporate like courtyard spacing into the upper levels, like where everybody can just kind of go into one level. But I thought to resolve it by just placing it completely on the ground level, if that was what they wanted to do.
Yeah, and I guess it could also be small, because I like these little the spaces between the units that have, you can actually even get a view down into the courtyard, down in these little slots, looking down, especially on the double loaded quarter area.
Yeah.
But maybe, but at the same time, they could be thought of as dead spaces too, right? Like really how, is someone going to actually go there and use that space, or is it lost square footage? So maybe there's those tiny areas that you can find as a way to capture, right? And maximize on it, whether in those little areas you put, there could be like this exercise, bicycle, or, or maybe something even lower tech that people can actually go through and interact and interface with those spaces, so that you make them, come up with creative ways to make them useful. And actually, I don't know what those could be. Right.
I see exactly what you mean. I actually did incorporate on the 8th level. There is like the public amenity, just like a little gym there. but also in my rendering right here, where you can see like the daycare, the view into the daycare space, that is actually from one of those viewpoints where we were saying, you know, it could end up being a dead end corridor if it's not like well designed. So that is just describing like what you would see if you were standing in that space.
But I do like the idea of combining this with the daycare center and having that daycare below, because I think, again, that's like so critical and, you know, I mean, such a big discussion. I think, and I was just talking to someone that in New Zealand, you know, I mean, they're providing these affordable, you know, I mean, housing places with daycare, and the daycare cost is it's like $5 a day, you know what I mean, or something like really crazy affordable, that it really, you can see how it can make a huge difference, you know what I mean, for some people
Right.
to be able to have access to that. So I think that is tremendous. But again, I don't want to harp on this, but you know, in Southern California, in California actually at large, they're saying that the problem with a lot of playgrounds is shading for the children. And so now they're trying to propose, you know, making shading structures as part of playground equipment and stuff
Right.
to reduce exposure to the sun and overexertion and heat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think if I take it a step further, I'm sorry, if I take it a step further, I would probably do like some diffused lighting type of feature where you can, you know, still have sunlight access into that public area, but and then still, you know, it'll give some sort of like shading. You're right. That's a good point. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interject.
no, it's a great presentation, and I think that you know, I appreciate the subtlety of the project. When you think about it, just overall in terms of its massing or its presentation to the neighborhood, there's a nice play between it being sort of a uniform building in terms of like it being a cohesive building, and also then the individual articulation, not so differently from the last project. Those gaps between the units actually start to allow for the massing to become more individual, like you can read it as either like one unified building or a collection of individual buildings. And I think the play on that and the subtle shifts in scale, like in terms of the way that the massing steps, I think are working really well. I also appreciate, you know, so, and then to Doris's earlier point, then how do you heighten the gaps between those individual aspects of the massing?
Right.
So that's something that I think of. And then also similar comments to the last project as well. And Doris touched on this, but just in terms of like overall exposure of the building, again, you have that southern exposure, and you know, it's a pretty intense exposure in Southern California, as Doris has spoke about. So maybe there's a way to integrate some sort of like shading on the actual southern facing facade to mitigate that.
Right.
One thing I really do like about the project is, but you know, if you're looking at the units, there's a diversity in terms of like single versus double loaded units. And I think that really creates like different spatial conditions and unit conditions, obviously. So I think that's a nice subtlety to the project as well. So yeah, I mean, overall, I think it's quite a sophisticated project, and you know, I would, you know, as again Doris was suggesting, I would look at the way that you can really utilize those gaps in the courtyard or in the circulation, and like expanding of those so that the green spaces, which we, you know, which are you know, a really great part of the project, can be sort of more integrated into the circulation itself and more organic to the circulation.
Now, staying on the massing and the kind of interaction with the site, I think something that's really interesting to me about your project is that you start with this diagram, right, with the corner being pushed down, and you know, this kind of formal diagram. But then in the resolution of your building, you both have the benefits of that diagram, and it's very clear that you're breaking the scale down in that way, that you're bringing that corner down, and that works with the site. But then it also maintains its own identity and doesn't become a diagram driven building, at least from the outside. And the elevations, I think, are really great in that they, you know, have a great kind of variety of expression while remaining, you know, while remaining all related. And maybe to stick on that for just a second, something of a kind of small detail of your project that I really appreciate is the facade tile. I think that drawing is really beautiful, the small kind of facade section. And I think it's also a kind of unusual cladding, at least in the US, that I think can really bring a really kind of great feeling and light to the space. And I think that thinking about things on that detail, at that level of detail is impressive, and is what kind of gives the project an extra level of sophistication, that it's both thought out on this kind of urban design massing side, but also down to these very small details. And I think on that same note, if we look at your axonometric of the unit, I think that you've done a really good job of laying out, especially that one bedroom that we see in the axonometric, where you kind of have all of the amenities that you need, but specifically kind of utilizing that strip kitchen, having it up against the wall of the bathroom. You're able to have a kind of really a lot of space, a lot of openness, while kind of having those full sets of services. So I think this is a really great unit design, and kind of bringing in those outdoor spaces as well. It all kind of integrates well, and the way that that then plays into your larger floor plan is great. I think that, you know, I don't want to echo too many of the comments before of the kind of space between them and things like that. I think one aspect that I guess is kind of has come up on both projects. Well, my microphone just died. Maybe it still works. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, no, we can still hear you.
Okay. All I was going to say is that I guess the one thing that, you know, you want the architectural expression of all of these boxes being fully separated. It works for you, but then at the same time, there is a kind of cost aspect to that. The more exterior area you have, the more the cost goes up. It's a kind of, you know, one of the most expensive aspects of building. So maybe there's a way, you know, I don't know how much, you know, you want to think about those things. And in a way, it's like, it's hard. I think all of these projects are really have been that I've seen so far today have been really impressive in how comprehensive they are and how technically sufficient and I guess proficient they are. So it's maybe too much to go into, but it's just something to kind of think about. And maybe that also allows you to focus in on when you do it. And if there's less of those areas, making them more special, using the space where you need it, and creating those outdoor spaces with a little more intention. But overall, I think the drawings are great. I think it's a really well done project. So congratulations.
I think one of the things that Natalie didn't explain that I thought was interesting, clever, that she came up with, I take no credit for any of this, was the little gaps are actually the exit, so that there's a way to connect down to the next floor. So there's always a stair in the gaps depending on what floor you're on. So there's a kind of not all of them needed them, but where there needs to be one to connect down to the next floor. So this so the gap also provides is a gap, but then in some places is a required egress stair because of the stepping. It was a very clever solution.
Thank you,
Natalie.
Yeah.
Natalie, will you go back to the ISO, the sort of view from the corner, from the south corner? Yeah. So one thing, you know, back to the overall massing again, one thing that, yeah, thanks for zooming in there. One thing, you know, I think you could do to heighten the project would be, you know, I see how you have these gaps at the ground level, but really looking more at the way that the building meets the ground and starting to articulate that more. I appreciate how you've done a lot of glazing there to really, you know, create a connection to the street and make it transparent to the street. But I wonder if there's also ways to sort of like literally pull the facade back or articulate the facade more so that it's not such a uniform condition, and you create little areas where like maybe rather than just a visual connection, it can become more of a physical connection as well. I do see the way you've done that in creating these sort of gaps between the massing of the building, and sort of those are these, I guess they would call them paseos, or like passageways through the building. But I think like a shift in scale along that street facade would help to sort of differentiate it and activate it.
Yeah.
And I guess you have, I mean, I do see that you've you started to do that, and but I think that could be heightened through more scalar shifts in those paseos through your building, and also more differentiation in terms of like the treatment of the facade, and maybe even thinking of pulling the building back at the facade at places so that it's not just the internalized court, but there's some sort of external or like heightened external expression of that on the street facade.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And then on all the horizontal surfaces on the roof, that you put together and you propose as being these green spots, I think are also quite key, right? Being the 6th elevation, I guess. In some statistics, they say that if someplace like Tokyo just made green roofs everywhere, that would actually help tremendously, and possibly reverse the heat island effect in the cities. And here, not only would it do that, but it can actually be a component of like gardening or farming, or whether it's everything from therapy to growing food and stuff can be a component as part of this community as well. So all those surfaces can be very thoughtful of how to pull the architecture together, and make it more, so to make people take more ownership of living there and of, the place that they live in. Because it's, again, it's quite difficult if you're living in an apartment, but if you actually have some space that you're actually caring for, then you can actually care for ultimately your own building too. And so that might also help too, all the way down to the ground level.
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah,
a nice
I think
project.
what's nice also that you maybe didn't, but you can walk on the outside all the way down the building.
Yeah. So it's almost like a continuous park.
Right.
Yeah, which is fantastic. It's fantastic.
Well, I guess it stops at this level, right? Because you can't go into the kids area. But for most of it, you can walk up and down. It's a good exercise, like the people who run up and down the stairs in Silver Lake.
Yeah, so if you put those little exercise stations in between, someone can actually get a lot of good exercise inside.
Yeah. Run from station to station.
Yeah, from station to station. You can get some really good exercise in this building. You get your stairs in and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I do have to agree with Casey too. I think the way that you've broken down the massing is actually very smart. It does not, if all these things were continuous surfaces and stuff, it would just be this kind of real hard, massive structure. But by breaking them into smaller components and parts and heights and everything, it does not, feel as massive as it might be.
Very good, Natalie. Do you have any questions that you didn't feel they addressed?
No, actually, I feel like you guys have really given me really helpful pointers on how I could even further explore this after. So I'm really grateful for that. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Great project.
Yeah.
Thank you. So we are just about at the end of the morning session. So I don't know if you have any last thoughts for the students, and like I said, feel free to look through the various other presentations that are up in all the various studios. I do think it's interesting, there's this when I sent you all the email, I said this is a project, not a thesis. It's just sort of maybe a part of different views of what the culminating experience of the students should be. And for us, it was kind of an opportunity to get them to synthesize all of the various various things that they've learned over their last 5 years at Cal Poly, from things which are maybe more kind of humanities based or more technical, or kind of, sort of get them to really think about how to, develop their design fairly kind of maybe even more subtle ideas about design, which had to do with kind of developing elevations, which they don't necessarily do in school very much. But I don't know if you all have any thoughts about that or anything else that you would like to close with.
Well, I just sat on a review at USC, and it's interesting to me the parallels. It was a similar level project, undergrad, and it was comprehensive as well. And to me, it's interesting to see the parallels in terms of the scope of work that students are taking on. I think that, like you, Sarah, are you asking for like a larger sort of like commentary on terms of like the appropriateness of this within like an academic setting, or?
Yeah, just, I mean, this is their sort of their last project before they go off into the world, and I'm just curious to kind of hear your thoughts. You've all been, involved in this, and Doris actually runs a program, so
Yeah,
it's
no, for us, it's
to hear
interesting that you
about
asked this question, because for us, we did have a very similar format. I don't know, probably up to about maybe 8 years ago. And what we decided to do was we decided to separate comprehensive from our final semester. I think, to be honest, I think one of the main reasons why we did that is because our students, and I don't know, you guys might have a different, suffered a little bit from senioritis the last semester and didn't really always wanted to focus on the nuts and bolts. And it was just, a grueling type of semester, which, I have to commend you all. All the projects that I saw were really very impressive and tremendous and completely comprehensive projects. So what we did was we separated it. We made Comprehensive Design Studio in the fall of the semester of their 5th year. And then it allowed and opened up their thesis studio to be whatever they wanted. And so what we did is we tried to push it more theoretical. So we added more theory into the final semester studio, and so that people can entertain everything from futuristic projects to theoretical to other types of things. And even if a student was concerned about affordability, they can actually pursue that in extreme without being burdened by having a complete or what some might say realistic proposal.
Mm-hmm.
So they could also be virtual proposals. And that's how we were able to get around it, so that students would be more involved and interested in their own project, their final semester, rather than us pushing everyone to be interested in their project. So that's how we got around it.
That makes a lot of sense to me. I'm not involved with academia these days, but I think in terms of practice of architecture, we're constantly oscillating between like concepts, and like, I guess I would say like concepts, like sort of big, what's the big idea here? Like really looking at things in an overarching way, and then minutia, right? And that's one of I think the fascinating aspects to the practice of architecture. So to me, it makes sense that, I would think that in academia to focus on the ideas and the overall concepts makes sense, because it's a real opportunity to develop a perspective that you might not get as much when, in your entry into the profession. But, I think that academia is sort of mirroring that vacillation between like large ideas, concepts, and the type of issues that you're grappling with here, which have to do with those big ideas, but also, systems, environmental, structural, that type of thing, I think is really valuable. And then in terms of the specific work of the studio, I'm struck, as I was at USC as well, by how the ability of students to look at a building comprehensively. Doris actually was my thesis advisor in undergrad. And I don't think, no more of a reflection of me than Doris, but I don't think I would have had the ability at that point in my career to be able to be as comprehensive about a building. And so I've been really impressed with that and kind of curious about what has enabled that. I wonder if it's partially technological or, maybe just savvier younger people, but I'm not sure what is causing that and allowing for that, but I think it's fascinating and impressive. And then the other thing that, just in terms of getting even more specific to this studio, one thing that I really noticed is that when we're thinking about environmentalism in my practice, the number one thing we think about is site orientation, right? The orientation of the building to the site. And to me, that was one of the takeaways in terms of the environmental aspects of these projects is like, number one is like understanding exposure, which Doris was really eloquent about addressing. So, and thinking about that sort of southern exposure and really sort of being conscientious of that and how to modulate light with that. So I think, that to me is like one of the major takeaways of these projects is that there's environmental systems, there's like sort of, green roofs, all sorts of different technologies that can be implemented. But the number one thing for me is building exposure.
Yeah, maybe if I could, I think I totally agree about this idea that like somehow kind of wondering how everyone got so good, I guess, in recent times. Every time I'm at a Cal Poly review, I'm like, there's no way that we could have made these drawings. Like I could have made those drawings at that same time. And I think that something that's very impressive to me about the comprehensive studio here, and maybe to sell myself and my colleagues out from my time, I feel like a lot of the time when we were required, like in these kind of projects, if we're required to do the wall section and the structural diagram or whatever, you would just do like a de rigueur, whatever, like the quickest thing, like, oh, here's a wall section or whatever. And I'm going to focus on what I think is like more interesting or something like that. And something that I think is really great about these projects is that there's like serious wall sections that actually work and actually have to do with the idea of the project. And somehow the project is being communicated both, through structural diagrams, through wall sections, through kind of technical plans with structural grids, and then at the same time still have beautiful collages and kind of larger ideas. I think that somehow it's really hit a kind of perfect place. And I think to me as a Cal Poly alumni, I think what I think is Cal Poly's strength is this kind of technical kind of work and technical interest and blending that with a more theoretical side. So I'm really impressed and happy to see that is kind of synthesized so well now. And I'm really impressed by the skills of the students, the kind of overall, both the kind of digital and representational skills, but also the kind of general architectural knowledge that it takes to put some of these things together. And then to have all of those things, complement each other, I think it's really, really something that is great and can, really help in the future, with how things are, I guess, in the quote unquote real world or in practice in a business, what you're doing.
Both Chris and Casey, both of you guys make me think back on my own education too. I never took a studio that actually did a comprehensive design. and again, I don't know how I ever survived going to work, and I had no idea how to even draw a wall section or, how to even read a wall section until I went to work. So you guys already have a step up and clearly, can think not only of architecture comprehensively, but even your presentations. I have to say we're very, very thorough. And, none of the ones I saw today did I feel like we were missing drawings or we needed something else to it, right? Your presentation, your verbal presentations were well rehearsed, put together. And I hope in the future, when you do it in person, that you can also hold it together, because I have to say at ours, when we were remote, the presentations were very clean and fluid, and you go through these slides or, presentation like this, all of a sudden we had like in-person reviews this past year, and they were, I swear, so much more messier. Like no one knew where to point or where to look. And they didn't prepare their verbal statements, they're winging it and all that kind of stuff. So, kudos to you all for keeping it together and making great presentations.
Thank you. Well, thank all of you and students. Nice job. We've only a quarter of the way through. So one more panel today and two more tomorrow. So,
good luck.
thank you. And so nice to see all of you. And thank you for insights.
Thank you for the invite. It's great to see you.
We'll see you soon.
Absolutely. Bye.
Thank you.
All right. Nice job, Natalie, everybody. I will see you all at 1 in room number, we're back in room number 1. See you then.
Hi, everyone. Got our jurors here. Welcome. I'm gonna introduce the jurors to the students so they know who they're speaking with. And then I'll give you guys a short little intro to the studio and our particular section of it. You guys are gonna see two students from my section, and then you guys will stay here. We'll move to a different room. And let's see, you're gonna see two of Andre's students afterwards. On our jury today, we have three great guests joining us. We have Claudia Weiner, whom a lot of you probably know. She teaches here at Cal Poly Pomona and is a designer at OWIU. We also have Dennis McFadden, who's a principal of Leo Daly and has taught at Cal Poly Pomona additionally. And we have Luis Gill, who is principal of Tyre, and also you're a Cal Poly Pomona alum, is that right? Great. So you've been through the process. You've been in the shoes of these students. Know what it's like. So welcome to our final reviews for our senior projects. The students have been working all year. In the fall, we have a research portion where they perform site research and develop their own programs, and some architectural strategies that they're interested in working in. And then in the spring, we hit the ground running with design projects. It's considered a comprehensive studio. And we really do call it a project and not a thesis, because we expect the students to take on the constraints and realities of building very seriously, and think about systems in terms of structure, environmental systems, facade systems, in addition to kind of whatever ideas and programmatic kind of aims they're working with. Each of the 6 sections has a slightly different neighborhood in and around downtown Los Angeles that they are working in, and a slightly different umbrella program that they're sort of building their own program under. So in our particular section, we're working in the Mission Junction neighborhood of Los Angeles, which is sort of just east of Chinatown, between Chinatown and Lincoln Heights. It's a largely industrial neighborhood, but there is some commercial, some residential mixed in. So some of the projects are closer to the newer Los Angeles State Historic Park that was built in that area. Some projects are closer to the river or to Lincoln Heights. All of the projects in this area, there's a specific plan for this neighborhood, the zoning overlay, that has kind of specific aims and zoning constraints that we were working with in developing these projects. Programmatically, our sort of umbrella program was working with the idea of live work spaces, so spaces where habitation and work are both happening. And students took this in a number of directions. So some students were looking at this in a model that we might be more familiar with, such as kind of artist housing or loft housing. Some students were thinking about how to consider designing for live work in a sort of post-COVID world where more people are working from home. And some students were really interested in thinking about how to expand our definition of live work to include types of work that might not traditionally have fit into this model. So there's a bit of a range. You'll see 2 different projects that take different stances on this idea of kind of living and working, and how to kind of think about both of those elements of life in one project. Do you guys have questions about the setup or what you'll be looking at?
No, I'm good to go.
Just brief, they picked their own sites, right? Or were they assigned lots in the area, or they can pick?
That's a good question. They picked their own sites. I identified a few sites in the area that were good prospects. So there's some students who are working on the same sites as one another. We ask all of the students in senior projects to work on a building that's about the same square footage, right? So everyone's working on a project that's about 50 to 60,000 square feet total. And we ask the students to kind of meet or get close to their maximum allowed FAR for the area. So there's a bit of kind of back calculation, right? Where if the FAR is 3, you're looking for a lot that's around 20,000 square feet. So there's certain lots that are repeated, but students had a choice in terms of where they wanted to be, and they could identify specific sites that they're interested in. Anything else? Nope. Okay. I'm going to, let me put the link to the concept board in the chat again, just to make sure that everyone has it. I'm going to be sharing the screen and the students will be moderating. I'll have my camera off just so that the connection is strong. And the students will move us around and sort of focus our attention on certain boards. You're also more than welcome to look at the concept board kind of on your own computer, obviously. So you've got the link and should be all good. I think, Sarna, you're starting us off first, yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let me stop my video and start sharing my screen, and I'll let you take it away.
I will have my video off too, in case it kicks me out again, like yesterday.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Sarina, and this project aims to solve the dual problems of shelter and hunger for the underserved community of the Lincoln Heights by providing affordable housing and urban farming. The project includes residential units, a restaurant, a farmer's market, a training center, and greenhouses. Most of the food that we consume has a history. Most of the time, the food is not grown locally and has to travel miles to get to our plates. Some of the disadvantages to imported foods are larger carbon footprints because of their transportation in refrigerated vehicles. They also have decreased nutritional potential because they need to be picked earlier to prevent them from ripening on the journey. And lastly, food waste. The longer the food has to travel, the more the chance for it to spoil. According to the World Health Organization, every person is recommended to consume at least 400 grams of fruits and vegetables daily, but most countries do not have the urban area to meet the recommended target. One solution to all these problems is urban farming, and more specifically, vertical farming, a concept where the farms are condensed into small factory-like sites where conditions can be optimized and better results can be achieved. In an enclosed environment, everything from lighting to ambient temperature and nutrients can be controlled. Looking at the site plan, this project is located at the corner of North Broadway and South Avenue 19. North Broadway is a busy street, while South Avenue 19 is a much quieter street. We have a high school here and small residential homes here. The massing of the building has been done in a way to step down and meet the small residential homes here. And to prevent them from being overwhelmed. There's also a 30 feet zoning mandated buffer at the rear of the site that serves the same purpose. The massing also maximizes the sun exposure for the greenhouses happening here. Moving on to the ground floor, the main entrance to the building would be from North Broadway Street, but there is also another entrance through the courtyard here. The residential lobby would be here, public lobby here, the farmer's market, and the training center. The training center will teach the residents and the workers how to tend to the gardens. There are four parking spaces for the public use, and there's also a garden in the back area here that the residents can use to grow like larger plants and trees. There are 3 residential levels to this project. Each level has 4 one-bedroom units and 2 two-bedroom units. There's also this small shared greenhouse area where the residents can use to
grow food for their personal use. The shared greenhouses also encourage socializing between the residents, and here's a view of that. In the greenhouse on the 5th floor, there's a restaurant that serves about 50 people. The restaurant is placed within the greenhouse area to enhance the visitors' experience and also show them how the food is being produced. The main production happens in the greenhouse floors. The residents have the option to work in these levels if they want. The food produced here would be sold at the farmers market and also provide for the restaurant. Here's a view of the main production level, the greenhouses, and also a view of the restaurant with the towers. The structural diagram, the sections. The sections show the relationship between the greenhouses and the living spaces. The greenhouses wrap around the living space. The structural diagram focuses on the contrast between the light steel structure of the greenhouses versus the heavy concrete structure of the rest of the building. Here's the wall section and the accompanying elevation showing the connection of the steel greenhouse structure to the concrete building. The main farming system used for this project is aeroponic garden towers. The way aeroponic garden towers work is that the seeds are germinated separately in coconut husk, and when they grow roots, they are transferred into these small openings on the towers. Each tower has a container that holds up to 20 gallons of waters and nutrients. The water used in the towers can be tap water or rainwater. The water is pumped up the towers for 5 minutes, 3 times every hour. Therefore, the moist air around the roots helps the plants grow. These towers use 90% less water than traditional farming and produce food that is more nutritious. Each residential tower garden can grow up to 32 plants, while the commercial towers can grow up to 52 plants at the same time. The garden towers use a modular system that can be stacked on top of each other up to 9 feet tall. These towers placed behind the greenhouse glass on residential levels will provide a shading system that will protect the residents from the harsh southwestern sun exposure. There is also a rainwater harvesting system that will use an underground tank to store the rainwater collected from the roofs. The water will be filtered and pumped up into the greenhouses to be used for the towers, or it could be used for irrigation purposes in the garden in the rear of the site. These are elevations. The elevations also show a contrast between the heavy and the light. The facade material used for the solid parts would be corrugated metal, and for the greenhouses, the plants and their color changes through their life cycle will form the facade. Overall, the project creates a layout that will accommodate living space and food production efficiently in the same space. Thank you.
I wonder if you could go back to the floor plans for a little bit. They went by very quickly. I'd like to take another look at them, please. Thank you.
Any specific floor in mind?
I'm just trying to figure out understand the circulation system and the relationship of the living spaces to the private living spaces to the public greenhouse spaces. So all the living rooms look into the public greenhouse spaces in this particular case.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Were there any concerns about privacy here, given that the greenhouse spaces will be utilized by all of the members, presumably?
Yes, but the towers used for this unit would be like the towers that they're placed in front of their living space. So every unit has their towers in front of their living space, so no one would be in there other than themselves.
That's also the circulation space, right? So that's how people get to their front doors.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're walking by people's living rooms on the way to their front door.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm wondering if you might provide some explanation as to kind of going along with the question, I guess, that was just raised about the location of the greenhouse spaces. I'm wondering why they were dispersed in this way versus maybe consolidating and making maybe a wing of just greenhouse space and then having the residences being its own kind of programmatic block or part of the building.
So actually, this is I wanted to make a kind of a connection between like the food that people are producing and like their living space. So like while they're in the kitchen, they can see the food being produced out there.
Could you go
And
back
this
to the
is like
plans?
for their personal-
What if you could go back to the plans again? Let me see the top floor, because you do have greenhouses on the upper levels that are occupy the entire floor, right?
Yes.
So the notion of the individual greenhouses on the floors with the living units, could that also be about making a garden for each of the people to look out onto?
Sure.
Okay, that wasn't a part of your thinking though necessarily.
I was mostly focusing like bringing gardening into like an urban area and mostly like being like a sustainable thing rather than like using lands and soil and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking about what it's like as a place to live, considering in congregate housing, the issue is always a balance between privacy and the public realm, trying to give privacy to the unit, but by the same time having some sort of space that belongs to the community and shared. Circulation is always a huge issue because how do you give people the ability to circulate to their unit without also taking away from privacy from the other units that you're passing by? So, in this particular case, you had the possibility of using your food production area, which is also, I mean, at the space level, it could be seen as a garden. So it's giving people something to look at. It's bringing the idea of landscape and something that's about typically the ground plane up into the upper levels of the building itself, and offering them the opportunity to have something on those upper levels that typically you'd only find on the ground level. So I think that there's a huge opportunity in doing that. I think in your particular case, though, there is some loss of privacy as a consequence of that, because it's essentially a motel scheme. So you're walking by everybody's unit on the way to your own. And I wonder if somehow the circulation maybe had been brought to the outside of the planting area rather than between the unit and the planting area, that maybe there would have been an ability to have a little more privacy and to actually use the planting as a kind of screen in front of the living units as other people are walking by it.
I see.
Sorry, kind of on that, in that same vein, do you see this more as a housing project with some farming, or a urban agriculture project that also has housing? How did you approach the problem, and how did you get at these two uses, if you could reiterate? And I ask because I think conceptually there's a lot of, let's say, half steps that I think you could have taken a fair amount further if we're looking at this as purely sort of an urban agricultural project that could potentially also house people versus, or if we look at it as a housing project that also has some agricultural amenities, right? So just, I'm trying to understand your thinking. Did you see it as more one than the other? Both? How did you approach the design problem?
I would say it's more of an urban farming project with housing components.
Okay. So just a couple of, I mean, how much research, I guess, was involved, right? Like, I understand that the greenhouse is a great resource, but we're in 2022 and there's lots of innovations being created with hydroponics and basically dark rooms that have a bunch of artificial light and can grow plants a lot more efficiently. Did any of that come into your thinking?
Yes.
So how did we arrive at the greenhouse? Because I'm just, initial questions are, I'm wondering why the greenhouse is more on the north end of the building. It seems like the building is sort of shading that greenhouse for the first half of the day. Even on this floor plan that we're looking at here, the greenhouse is completely blocked off to the, what is that, the east-ish, northeast-ish side, right? So if we're treating this as a greenhouse with housing, how much research went into the greenhouse portion of it? Even down to like, we're using sort of these off-the-shelf potting, vertical potting, I don't know what to call them, machines, I guess, instead of something that would be integrated with the building systems, right? Like there's a lot of ways that we could have made the farming aspect of this more efficient and integrated with the building, as opposed to, building a big warehouse building into which you could put a bunch of potted plants, right?
Yes.
So if you could maybe just walk us through a little bit through your thinking, why you thought this would be a better solution, right? Because there's a lot to be said about a greenhouse. It's a lot more welcoming if the idea is to bring people into the space than, let's say, sort of a sealed off hydroponic growing room that's got just, UV lights and rows of watering, right? So is it more of an idea of bringing people in? Is it more of a production facility?
Actually, I was just thinking about like bringing farming into an urban area, like having people produce their own food so they know like how the food is being produced. And answering your question about like the orientation of the building, I oriented the building like in this way, so we have like maximum south sun, I guess. And about like this side here, we have like a high school there, but that might go up like to being like, I don't know, to a big building. So I'm not like, I'm trying to, I'm not relying on the sun for all the sun that plants would need, the light that plants would need. Maybe they would still need some interior lighting.
Okay.
Like we're open on these sides here, but we don't know like about those sides there. So that might come up later.
That's fair. And then is the idea that this food is just for the residents to consume, or is this supposed to help feed, 5-block radius, 10-block radius?
The food that is produced in this main greenhouse levels would be used like for the farmers market, that's like on the ground floor, and also provide for the restaurant. But the greenhouse is like on the residential levels would feed the residents only, so they can grow food and consume it.
Okay. I'm asking this because, I'm going to get into, we can talk about the concept and all that a little more in a bit, but some of the boring stuff and some of like kind of the stuff that you kind of have to do. It's great to see a car-free future, I'd say, but if I'm understanding correctly, there's 4 parking stalls for 24 units plus a restaurant plus a greenhouse that's potentially open to the public, right?
Yes, there was no parking requirements for the zoning here, but they always have the chance to have like a subterranean parking later on. Yeah,
well, you can't, it's not something you could really add later on, except for significant expense. But maybe just, from a pragmatic standpoint, your ground floor plan, I think, ends up being a bit kind of closed off and not really open to, especially vehicular traffic, right? Where it's something that you have kind of like a farmer's market or something you expect people to come and maybe drop off stuff in bulk or pick up stuff in bulk or just want to visit. Right? Maybe you consider that in a future version of this, how maybe you can get in and out of the site a little bit more easier or a little in an easier fashion, maybe sort of switching the location of where that ground floor garden is. Maybe that could be more in line with the farmer's market area. And we can clear that 30-foot passageway for potentially like loading and unloading, which is kind of like just a banal subject to talk about. But if you don't get that right, it's really hard to get a well-operating building, especially when you're integrating affordable housing is housing, right? But when you're integrating something like a farm, like what do you have to bring to a farm? Yeah, you have to, plant a lot of soil, a lot of fertilizer. You have to get a lot of material out, right? So there's going to be a lot of commotion, let's say, for lack of a better term, right? So maybe opening up the ground floor a little bit more would help with that. Because I think there's a bit of a disconnect right now with the farmers market stuff, the training area, and what looks like storage and mechanical room. You kind of almost want to flip that a little bit, in my opinion, and then sort of help provide more of like an entrance space, I guess, for the housing. Right now, it kind of feels like you're just walking into this, you know, farmer's market, for lack of a better term, to approach your homes, right? So it does feel a little bit like housing that was added to an agriculture building, right? But I think there's ways that we could synergize this a little better and combine the uses so it doesn't feel so sort of kind of forced, right? And maybe what David was talking about sort of having the circulation on the opposite side of where you have the planting upstairs could help, or something I'd maybe love to see you explore is why does all the planting have to be on the patio, right? Like what if there's you have an apartment and then a gap, and then we have a big green open space that's kind of like a hole in the building that gets planted, and then you can agglomerate all your planting and gardening there, as opposed to having sort of spread out. If you go to one of your upper floor plans, you kind of have just one row deep all the way across, which becomes sort of an inefficient scheme, right? For planting's sake, right? So if you imagine one of these units on this floor,
You know, I think that it's a misinterpretation of her scheme. I know that she said that she thought of this as a farm with housing in it, but I think it's actually the opposite. I think this is a housing project that also has vertical farming on it. And I take the project that way, and I would critique it that way. And I think that one of the interesting things is you have an opportunity to think about the use of vertical farming also as a way to provide visual gardens and nature for every unit that's in the air. And I think that that's a huge opportunity to not only make farming available and food available within an urban area, but also to make better livable units. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, we're trying to make good places for people to live and people to exist. You can feed them, that's fine, but this is about housing ultimately. So I think that really is your focus. And I think that you've done some very interesting things here. And I think that there are some very positive things about all of that. I think it's a question of maybe being able to tweak it and take it a little bit further if you had thought about this more as sort of bringing nature and landscape to the upper levels for each particular unit. And that's what I like about the project. I think all of the aspects of it as a vertical farm, the technical aspects of it, I think are all good and interesting. But ultimately for me, it's about housing.
Yeah, and these deep sort of patio spaces can actually be really, really nice, almost like a quasi front yard with planting, right? But it kind of, if everyone's using it, is sort of a bit of a detraction there, but it's easily resolvable, I think.
Yeah, I think maybe part of the issue, not that I'm not in a negative way, I mean, it's just kind of the result of the project, is that it almost appears that there's an equal amount of space for the vertical garden or the greenhouses versus housing. So it's not, I mean, it seems very much balanced in that way. So it's not clear yet, even though you said yourself that it was much more about this being an urban farming space. But there's a kind of equalizing of garden and housing. So it's a bit unclear as to which is the kind of the heart of the project. Is it about the live work aspect of living and maintaining these garden spaces, or is it more about the gardening or like this new infrastructure that you're proposing? And either one would is a really interesting project. I would say that with the living spaces, if it's about the living spaces, right, then I would maybe want to challenge you to maybe reinforce more of the community aspect that you were proposing in your project, as the kind of gardening space being where people come together as a collective and they maintain the gardens and such. But I would like to also find that in the way they live in this building as well. So currently it's almost like a dormitory style or hotel, as Dennis brought up with the circulation, but everyone has their own kind of space, right? And it seems very private. And I think that maybe you could have designated some of these public spaces that you have, you know, the kitchen or the living, maybe the kitchens would be actually a good place where you could consolidate. And that could be another way of, you know, reinforcing community where everyone can come and, like, you know, cook their food together or have a shared kitchen and those types of interactions instead of it just only being in the greenhouses. And then the other aspect that I find really interesting, and I maybe wish you would have, you know, of course, this is a short-term, relatively short-term project, and you have a lot going on. So there's many things to discuss, but I'm also interested in the infrastructure of the building itself. You know, how does this community work together? How is this, you know, a kind of cycle? You know, you have the human life cycle, you have the plant life cycle. How do all these things kind of work together in this little, you know, block of building? I think that's also really interesting. And so, yeah, there's a lot going on with the project. So really good job so
But
far.
it's interesting, Claudia, to consider this building as one of a larger structure of buildings that are all doing the same thing. So rather than it being a one-off thing, imagine it as a part of a community of buildings that are all adding to a sort of larger infrastructure, you know, within the city itself. And then that sort of puts it into a different category. So I like that thinking. And that would have been an interesting way to sort of approach the problem and to take a specific problem and generalize it and give it a larger solution. So it's a larger urban solution.
Were you in your zoning, so is the massing driven from zoning? Did I miss that? It's sort of the upside down L, or is that coming from a different sort of site investigation?
No, it was mostly done for the sun purposes, I guess, for the greenhouses.
Do you have wall sections or anything that tells us a little more about how this is made? I know you mentioned that it's a corrugated metal facade, but I didn't see any.
Oh yeah, the wall section is only through the shared small greenhouses.
And that the structure is a concrete frame.
Yes.
And sorry, I don't. Since this is supposed to be in the realm of a comprehensive project, I have to ask the question: are there any lateral resisting elements in here for that structural system?
Yes, there would be the cores, the stairs that go like all the way up. They would be the lateral resistance.
Okay, so you did consider that. Okay, thank you. Let me ask one other question. You know, the greenhouses that are attached along the entry balcony, so the entry circulation system for the units, you know, I'm looking at those thinking, well, you know, we are in Southern California. Why do you actually need greenhouses? Why can't that be open air? I mean, why does that have to be glazed?
I want to say because the weather is really hot and the water is going to be evaporate, so it's not like efficient anymore.
But if they're getting direct sunlight through the glass, isn't that going to increase the amount of heat gain because there's no air movement to cool it? So is that actually helping it or hurting it?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think greenhouses in a cold climate make a lot of sense, and I've never done an investigation on this, so I don't know the answer to it. I'm just speculating, but it just seems to me, particularly on the units, on the individual planting area for the units, just strikes me that, gosh, it'd be so nice to have those open air. And why wouldn't plants grow anyway? They're still going to require watering in this environment. Particularly the type of plants that you're trying to grow are going to require water anyway. So all of a sudden, then
Yeah.
you have the possibility of natural ventilation, which you've eliminated as a possibility for the units by putting greenhouses on one side of it.
But there are openings on the attached greenhouses, so they can still get some ventilation here.
Okay. Well, I'd be interested to consider the whole life cycle, though. You know, as a sustainability issue, the natural ventilation and having adequate amounts of it to get through ventilation in the unit, and whether there is adequate amount to do that. Yeah. What was the nature of your mechanical system for the units? Did you consider them to be naturally ventilated, or are they mechanically ventilated?
I'm thinking mechanically.
Wrong answer.
I don't know. We haven't done much thinking about that.
Oh, another wrong answer. Okay, well, make it up. I mean, I think that you would want to have, in Southern California in particular, you want to go out of your way to make something as naturally ventilated as possible, and naturally cooled, and to use the everything in a more holistic way, so everything is adding to the larger story and the larger narrative, and using the plants, the natural humidity that's going to occur around the plants, and the water, either if it's a misting system that has to use to irrigate them, use all of that to help you with a cooling system for natural ventilation for the units themselves. Then all of a sudden, those two things are working together. They're not only are you providing food, but they're also helping with the environment for those particular units. And that goes back to the idea of it being a garden. You're making a garden for people to live in, so use that garden to make it a more habitable, better solution for housing than just boxes in the sky.
Yeah, I think all of these are great comments for Sarna's project. I think, you know, she was trying to take on a kind of like whole other technical set of issues with urban farming that were sort of not kind of outside of the architectural elements even that we were asking her to. And I think, you know, I think all of these comments are right on point. And I think there's kind of ways that you could approach it differently, right? And the kind of idea about the kind of which program is the primary is an important question. I think, I don't know, Sarna, I really appreciate the fact that you kind of were interested in using the plants also as a kind of facade for the building, which I think is an interesting idea and approach, and a kind of ever-changing facade, right? You're showing it in a very lush condition, but we could imagine that at a different time of year, it might look quite different. And, you know, I think you took the kind of legal constraints of the site very seriously, and tried to kind of be thoughtful in the way that you were putting it together. So I appreciated all of those things about your project. And I think all the points that were brought up were interesting ones to continue to think about. Any last couple of comments for Sarna before we have to move to the next student?
I'll just echo what you said. I think the job, I mean, it's a really, really good effort. If I would change one thing, I think the really strong portion of your project is that with the ever-changing facade. Like, imagine when some of these things are blossoming, all of a sudden you have like a big pink or purple facade, you know, other seasons it's yellow or whatever. So it looks like there's only, you know, for as big of a site, I think you could have fit a lot more units on there. And if the goal is affordable housing, then density is key, right? So if we were to flip this on its head in another version, and the planting would happen on this sort of ever-changing facade, I think that could actually be a quite beautiful approach to the site as well. You know, but this idea, sort of this radical idea of urban farming with housing all integrated, I applaud you for it. It's not easy, right? But it's something that we definitely need, especially as we keep growing in population and obviously sort of food scarcity and the drought. So you know, job well done. Other things we can improve? There's always things we can improve, but you shouldn't take our comments as a knock, right? I think what you're showing is really well put together.
Thank you everyone for your comments.
Great. Thank you guys. We are moving to Efrain. Are you ready to moderate?
Yeah.
All right, take it away when you're ready.
Hello. Thank you, Jers, for taking the time out of your day to join us. All right. Can you guys see if I'm moderating?
You are.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. I've been developing a mixed-use project in Lincoln Heights that will incorporate housing and a headquarters for the Garment Workers Union. The area is quite industrial, as Emma had mentioned, and among visiting the site and research gathered over the course of last semester, I discovered that there was a huge lack of housing available for the workers in the area. I also discovered that a lot of these manufacturing firms tend to have workers with the longest trips to work, with the average worker commuting anywhere between 18 to 25 miles each way. So what that told me is that these firms are more considerably likely to employ workers from outside their home county than other businesses. So one of the main goals the project seeks is to create density in the neighborhood for these workers in close proximity to the factories and industries. Some of the ideas the project explores is the idea of borrowing light, as well as sort of playing between what's solid and what's void. That runs throughout the building. It investigates the opportunities and possibilities comparing exterior impression with section reality. I've been using these strategies as a structural and aesthetic design tool, developing architecture that stands out for its strong and clear appearance. In terms of materials, stucco and copper elements frame the building's steel structure, while large windows sit within every opening of the grid. So we take a closer look at the section. On the basement, I have the parking as well as the auditorium that comes up from the ground floor. And when I was putting the auditorium together, I wanted it separate from the main housing building just to give it its own identity, and it is a corner lot. On the main building, there are two separate lobbies. There is a public lobby that has circulation that runs from the basement to the second floor. And then there is a private lobby for the residents that has circulation that runs through the entire building. The second floor, and then in between that, on the ground floor is a public dining hall. On the second floor, it houses the office spaces for the union. And then floors 3 through 8 are the residential units. And at the very top is I provide the sort of private amenities for the residents. There is an indoor playground for the children and families, as well as sort of rooftop terrace for the residents, and a clubhouse lounge area, kind of like the communal space. I imagine this may be the space where they can come together, have a cookout. Take a look at the cross section. In terms of the unit design, I implemented a skip stop scheme. So that allowed for the reduced corridor space. And depending on what unit you land at, like for instance, this unit, you land into the kitchen, and then below is a double height living room. And then I'll take you to one of the corridors. This is one of the corridor floors. And sort of a big thing that I took from our mid-review was how I was going to lay out the living room spaces. If you noticed on the east side of the building is a street, so it's safe to assume that there won't be any future development there. So one of the main things I wanted to do is lay out all of the living room spaces on the east side of the building. So the west facing units don't get the double height, but they do get a living room that looks out to open LA. Here are some views On the left, I have a ground floor view on the west side of the building next to the neighboring lot with seating in between the bump outs, an auditorium view, as well as a rooftop view looking southwest towards downtown LA. And then here's what's happening on one of the conditions I mentioned earlier, the living room double height space. Here's another living room view. And then this is one of the units that you land at the top, the kitchen upstairs. And then here's kind of an overall view. So overall, this project aims to provide an environment that houses the garment workers closer to the factories and a headquarter for the union that establishes an identity in the neighborhood and Greater Los Angeles. Thank you.
And
How did you
George,
come up-
you're welcome to moderate in the board if you prefer to move us directly, or one of us can move us also.
Efrain, how did you come up with that particular program mix to house workers along with their union? It's a curious sort of combination.
Yeah, I mean, when I think of LA, it's definitely one of the bigger, exporting goods, and it's a very unionized city. So I wanted to sort of create an identity for them in a neighborhood that's quite industrial.
Okay, so, if you take the idea that every project is both a specific project as well as a prototype, and ultimately what you're interested in as your senior project is the development of a kind of prototype, I think, something that points the way towards how one might develop a project on any number of different sites. There can only be one union headquarters. So at the end of the day, it becomes a mixed use project with some offices. This building, if you built multiple buildings like this one you're proposing would have the union headquarters. The one adjacent to it that you would propose building would have something else in it. So what then becomes the kind of tension in the program that makes this thing work? What is specific about the union headquarters in here as opposed to any other office space that makes this building different?
I guess I hadn't considered it that way. Like, what do you mean? Like, how would it be separate? I'm not quite sure I understand.
Generically, if you think of it, you abstract it, it's office space. At any given point in time, office space in the city can be occupied by any number of different tenants. Tenants come and go. The union may collapse. The union may change. They may move somewhere else. What's left is the building, which is permanent. The occupiers of the building are temporary. So what is it about this building that makes the permanent structure of it and the relationship between offices and housing specific and to this project? What is new about it, and what have you discovered as a consequence?
I don't think, I think if it was to move out, I think it is sort of like a generic building, and I think it could be reused for just regular offices. I don't think that the program, I don't think that would intentionally matter moving forward. It could be adapted to a different set of program.
Okay, so then the nature of your problem here is not the combination of union and union workers housed in the same building, but the universal problem is a mixed use of living units as well as office space. So then it becomes a question of how those two things interact, and what is it that your building is proposing in terms of the interaction and the relationship between those two things. I think the one thing that does make a difference is you've put an auditorium space down here. This is presumably a kind of gathering space for union meetings. Is that what that space is all about?
Correct.
Okay. So that could be a kind of community theater or some other sort of community space in lieu of it being related to sort of the union that can come and go. So I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to get at, or I'm trying to figure out, is how have you thought about evolving the housing, the type here, and about moving it forward? What makes this project different, and what have you discovered about this project as a type that you take with you when you move forward out of school into the profession?
Well, I looked. I don't know if I was really doing anything new, but I took a lot of reference from other projects, like David Chipperfield had a lot, and the skip stop scheme. I definitely I really focused on sort of focusing on the residential unit and laying it out to get maximum natural daylighting, because all the living spaces are east facing. So, and then the bedrooms are all on the west. So that was definitely one of the main focuses on the project, just taking references and interpreting them in my own way.
Yeah, I mean, I think just to build off of Dennis's comment about the programming, I mean, I think, it's a little bit of a kind of the same conversation we had with the previous project, or my point I made earlier, I guess, about what is, and to Dennis's point, where's the friction in the project or in the programming, I guess, in this case. And it seems like the idea of the union being contained within this building is very interesting. But you didn't really elaborate on what the union needs or what union is this, right? I mean, maybe you could have been a little bit more specific as to what workers are going to be in this particular, maybe you did and I might have missed it, but what workers or laborers are, being housed here, and would this building even accommodate that factory or whichever one you're building this building for, or designing this building for. Because there's the other questions about the housing component. I imagine that a lot of people who are working, in factories, in general, a lot of people have families, or they have people they need to support. They have elderly family members. You could have even gone further into restructuring the housing component in that way to be a little bit more specific, because currently, in the way that housing is developed, multifamily housing is developed in the city in general, it's very uniform, right? 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, kitchen. And I think you could, that could have been another place to really kind of investigate and maybe find other potential ways of organizing housing, multifamily housing program. And I think that's something that's very important, especially in Los Angeles, where there's a lot of low-income housing, affordable housing being built now and in the future. But then there's the union aspect of this, and that seems really interesting. And I don't know if you really solved that problem yet. Not that you have to solve anything, but if you could have investigated it further, and how do these, and instead of it just being a kind of typical office program, I think that's maybe less interesting. We already know what the typical office space looks like, and there's a lot of conversation still about open versus the open floor plan, or all of that kind of issues of the office. But the union aspect of this, where they need to kind of meet together as a community, that's really, I think that's the kind of tension in your project. And then the other aspect is you've been very specific to point out that this building is representative of this community, right? So there's this identity that you are trying to establish, right? Maybe the aesthetics of the building itself, right? And I guess I have questions about that, the pitched roof or the type of roof typology that you're incorporating, or the use of materials, or the way that you're introducing openings. It just kind of currently just looks like a typical housing project right now, but this has other program in it, right? And so I maybe there could have been more ways of opening up the facade and really making it this kind of beacon for this community that you are proposing this project for.
Yeah, I'm going to just piggyback on that, and I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Claudia, I think what the project lacks is a bit of an identity, right? It seems like you're sort of pointing it toward an identity, but it seems a little forced, right? To Dennis's point, as architects, we can't control who uses our buildings, right? You might plan this as affordable housing even, but if it's not, let's say the developer changes their mind, they can't get TCAC funding, whatever, this might be filled up with yuppies. This might be filled up with a bunch of high income young people, right? So I think what we're trying to get at is we're trying to push you to, so what's your position on this, right? Just to say that this is it's for the union or it's for warehouse workers and it's housing on top of an office. Well, we all kind of know what, mixed use program buildings look like. What position are you taking, right? So why have the office on the second floor? Why not have it on the ground floor? Why not have it on the roof? Why have office there anyway, right? What are we trying to get at with having these skip stop elevator systems? Is it all about efficiency? Are you trying to do some idea of sectional relationship? What position are you taking toward affordable housing per se, right? Because this isn't just like any other affordable housing project you find down the block. Those are very formulaic. Yeah, it's almost like these little boxes you could shove in. These are interesting spaces with at least half of them have a great sort of double height space with good light, right? So what is your position on what housing should be? What were you aiming toward with this specific design? I guess is what we're trying to understand.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think for the housing, I definitely wanted to implement as much passive strategies, passive environmental strategies, and sort of playing with the lighting that's happening throughout the building, and just improving the quality of life for these workers in the area. So definitely the exterior elevation was sort of one of the main focuses on the building.
Could you explain what you mean by that? The exterior elevation was the main focus of the building?
Yeah, I mean, just what was happening between the grids. I wanted to maximize the openings between the sort of the bump outs and the structure, just maximizing the views, sunlight. And then I didn't get to it, but I imagine that some of these windows could be operable, and that would allow for cross ventilation, because the other side as well would be similar with the bedrooms, and just improving the overall quality.
If you go back to the plan, it looks like you've got some sort of pilasters that have been applied to the perimeter of the building between the units. What are those elements?
Yeah, on the ground floor, those provide seating on the ground floor.
No. There's solid elements that are a thickening of the exterior wall along your line.
The pilasters.
Yeah.
Those were just aesthetics that I was sort of kind of organizing when I was organizing my grid.
That's sort of a problem for me. I think you also mentioned that your building was made out of stucco and copper, I believe you said. So it looks to me like those are just sort of false pilasters built out of plaster on the exterior of the building. Is that what those are? Just to give it depth?
Yeah.
Did you do a wall section at all through the building, through the sides of the building?
Yeah, I did, but I didn't go through the pilastra. I went through the opening.
And it's a steel frame building? Yes, obviously, steel frame building.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just, gosh, how something is made, particularly in the city, particularly given new construction techniques and particularly given issues of sustainability and all those other things associated with it, just makes how a building is made so integral to what the building is about and what the design of the building is. It's sort of, it's a way to take your narrative from the basis of a site plan, then into the floor plan, and then carry the same logic for that into its construction and materiality and ultimately what it looks like. For me, there's a kind of disconnect between that. It seems like what the building looks like has absolutely nothing to do with what it's ultimately about. There's sort of some other idea of what this thing should look like. It sort of has a sort of a factory quality about it. Was that in your mind at all? Were you thinking about that, or was that sort of just accidental?
No, yeah, yeah, that was.
But so then I have to ask you why? Why would you try to make housing look like a factory?
Well, I wanted it to, when I was trying to come together with the form, I originally, it was sort of a monolithic form that I was shooting for, and that's kind of the form I generated. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
No. I guess it answers my question. It just sort of leads to more whys. I think, what a building looks like is sort of one of the more interesting things that we get to do. This sort of the reward for all the hard work that goes into sort of the planning, the organization, and the structure, sort of dealing with the visual side of the whole thing. And that's so there's an artfulness to all that, and as well as a kind of joy, but there's also a logic to it that ties back into the whole essence of the idea of the building. And those things should work together, it seems to me. And I wish you had been able, I wish you had the time to have been able to take it further to that and to develop a facade that somehow had more to do with the plan or with the ideas in the plan. And ultimately, I guess, you would be able to tell us why your skip-stop scheme, original Corbusier habitation, unités, why it's better than that. What advancement did you make by taking a typology that's well known, repeating it in another context, and then pushing it forward? And every project that we do as architects professionally, we don't get the opportunity to sort of change the world. We don't get the opportunity to make either great programmatic advancements all the time or to make great aesthetic advancements, but we do have the opportunity to sort of look at it and to try to push the evolution of that typology a little bit forward on everything we work on. And we need to do everything we work on. We also want to make a discovery. What did I learn new about it? And what am I offering to the world that's new as an improvement to this type? And so I look at projects that way, and particularly as students, that's one of your great opportunities, because you don't have to deal with the whole problem of cost, which tends to control everything. You're free of all that. So you could have done any number of different things. You could have invented any number of material systems for the exterior, investigated those in a much richer way. So I think you've left a lot on the table, even though you have taken the idea of the housing type and found a reasonable typology for it. I'm uncomfortable that you haven't pushed it forward.
Adding to that a little bit, I'm a little bit less uncomfortable, I'd say, but what I am a bit more uncomfortable about is you're taking a lot of this warehouse language with the big windows and all that. Back when big buildings for factories were built this way, you wanted as most light as you can get in there because we didn't have artificial light. Now that's not necessarily an issue, and it's great to have lots of views, but I don't see any sort of mitigation for all the solar. You're going to have a lot of sun in here, right? You're really going to heat up the building with these big, especially western-facing windows. It's not, it's never responsible as an architect to do that, but especially nowadays, and especially where we are with climate change. So I'm wondering if there's any thought to sort of, maybe some shading, some louvers. A way to mitigate this, all the solar radiance that's going to be penetrating the building, especially on the western side. Was there any idea behind that?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think too much about maybe what type of glass would be used. I didn't get to that part of the project, but I'd imagine that there would be maybe the glazing types, maybe the curtains, just anything to mitigate the heat gain in the building, mechanical systems.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of an opportunity miss. Yeah, because by the time it's in the building, it's already heat we have to deal with, right? So that's already energy we have to use to extract that. Yeah, I think this could have been a really exciting project. It could be sort of a mix between a warehouse aesthetic and more of a responsible solar response aesthetic, which you're trying to get at with this diagram you're showing here. So I think especially students, they more windows always better, bigger windows, more glass, and we have that modernist aesthetic that most people still strive toward, that has this all glass mentality. That doesn't really work in Southern California. There's like a really rich building history that happened before the 20th century, even before maybe the Spanish came here. Of thicker walls and smaller windows and buildings that really work with the environment. I think a project such as this, especially sort of the program that you're proposing, and then the way that you're proposing to disperse that program with the skip stop, could really potentially benefit from that. And we can use the facade, and this is point to maybe sort of hint at what's going on inside. Right now, I look at this western facade and I have no idea what's going on. It seems like it's just a typical building. There's a lot more richness going on there, the way you've laid out the program. Right. So maybe you can grid that to respond to how you're actually sort of fitting out this project if you want.
I think that's actually the east facade.
That's the east facade. Yeah, but the west facade's the same, right?
Well, no, but there's a building there.
There's a building there.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at that upside down. Okay. I misunderstood the diagram then. But well, look, I think the point's still valid though. Yeah. I mean, if there's no shading on either side, it becomes a bit of a problem. On the floor plans, one last thing I'll mention is I think they're a great start, right? But as I was looking at this issue of the windows, there seems to be nothing in your plans indicating the windows, right? It seems they're
not on the general floor layout. No.
Yeah.
But I did do it on the sort of enlarged plan.
Yeah, but I think it's really important to have these on your floor plan drawings, because it should sort of, as you're drawing this, it should sort of spark ideas on how to sort of change it or fix it if you're drawing all the elements in, right? I think, for some, and well, how did you pick the program, I guess? Because I'm seeing all 2-bedroom units, right? And if the idea is that we're housing families with workers at the factories, I would imagine to be a combination of 1, 2, 3-bedroom units, right? So I think that's possible, that could actually help you, I think, right? It seems like more of a constraint, but sort of the more objects you have to deal with, it could sort of spark other ideas for this design that could sort of help push you in different directions. Right now it feels, and it's because you're doing this, you're kind of stacking a lot of the same on top of itself. So the building just kind of almost, you do a couple floors and it sort of designs itself the way up, right? In another version of this, if you start mixing more program and sort of bringing more elements in, it could help sort of break this up a little bit, and maybe address it in a different manner from the facade standpoint, but also obviously the plan standpoint.
Yeah, we should, I think these are all really, really good comments for you to hear, Fran. And I think, they're on target. I mean, I think you had some ideas for this project and you sort of started from this kind of interesting piece of research that you started doing about the neighborhood, which is that people who work in this industry often have much longer commutes than pretty much any other industry, right? And that's sort of like an interesting starting point. But I sort of agree with a lot of the comments, and with Luis's last comment about the kind of number of constraints. I think that the way that you're making decisions about this project, right, was a little bit, it was a little bit more free form, right? Like you didn't kind of apply enough constraints onto yourself in terms of really how the project, what requirements it needed to meet, or kind of like what it was trying to do, right? And so then I think that gets you into some gray territory where you're making decisions based on kind of aesthetic predilections, as opposed to kind of like working through the process of the drawings and allowing that to kind of like push the design forward at each moment, right? Because I think, you know, there was kind of a bit of a disconnect between your research and then kind of how you're going about designing it, right? Or you're trying to kind of like stuff some interests together that maybe didn't necessarily have anything to do with one another. But you know, I appreciate the kind of the work that you put in, and the kind of ideas as a whole about this kind of you know, how can you sort of house people closer to where they live, right? Or sort of not erase the type of labor that's happening in some of these neighborhoods, which I think are interesting questions to think about.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks to our jury for your feedback. Very helpful. We are going to move to a different room, and Andre doesn't look like he has arrived yet, but he will be here any moment to show you a couple of projects from his section. So thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Emma. Thanks all.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Andre.
Hi, Dennis. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How about you?
Good. Thank you. Good to see you.
Likewise. It's been a while.
Yep. Hi, Luis.
Hey, Andrew.
Thank you for joining us. Trey, you're still in charge here to letting people in?
Yes, I am.
Super. Thank you for giving your time to help out here. Hi, Claudia.
Hello.
We still have some time. Let me see. We don't need to start till 2:30, but I do have to give a quick intro. But I also have to run to the bathroom for a second. What are you guys laughing about? You guys got like a separate chat going on. I know it. Where all the jokes happen.
You know all of our secrets, Andre.
Yeah, wasn't born yesterday. I can also see what's going on in the chat. I'm just kidding. See if that worked here. Oops. Okay. Okay. So Joe and Justina, you guys are ready? Okay.
Yeah.
Great. And then we're already done for today. Somehow went fast. Eight. That was already 8 students. Guess tomorrow we'll have one more.
How many do you have to show us, Andre?
There will be 2 students.
Okay.
And then that will be the end of today's reviews.
How many did you do today total?
8.
Huh.
Yeah, I have 17 total.
And how have they been?
Great.
Good.
It's all been good. Been a good day. But also thanks to all the jury coming and being very insightful. So I'll give a quick intro to the studio, but maybe first you guys, the jury, can just introduce themselves very briefly. They may know actually you, but anyways, maybe Dennis, you can start.
Yeah, hi, I'm Dennis McFadden. I'm an architect in Los Angeles. I'm a design principal at Leo A. Daley. I taught at Cal Poly for 10 years up till 2020. That about covers it.
Thank you. Louis, do you want to go next?
Hi, Luis Gill, architect here in LA. Recently opened my own firm focusing mostly on multifamily, a few single family projects as well. And I've been teaching at Cal Poly in second and third year for a couple of years now.
Okay, Claudia.
Hello, I'm Claudia Weiner. I've been teaching at Cal Poly for 4 years now, and I'm a designer here in Los Angeles, and I work with a practice called UWU Design.
Cool. So this might be some students that you had in second or first year, maybe? None of
Maybe.
yours here?
My first year was in 2018.
But you taught first year?
First year, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so no, because I started teaching second year also in 2018, so these were some of my students.
Oh, okay.
in second year.
I think, I must have just missed them.
Yeah, because you were teaching first year, so yeah. Okay, quickly about me. I've been teaching also since 2018, 4 years. This is the second year I'm doing senior projects, and it's been a real pleasure to be able to do this. I also have my own firm with Anton Schneider. We run a small architecture practice. I worked at Johnston Mark Lee for more than 10 years together with Anton, and I went to school in Switzerland where I also grew up, but I've been in LA for, yeah, I don't know, 15 years or so. Okay, I'll give you a quick rundown of the studio and what the students have been working on. So you guys are all from LA or have been in LA for a long time, so you know the area around MacArthur Park, but that's basically where the sites are for the projects. There were 3 sites that I kind of selected that the students could choose from, and they're all directly adjacent to the park. One is kind of on the northeast corner of the park. Another one is on the east side, kind of intersection of Alvarado and Wilshire. And then one is on the southwest side on 7th Street and kind of on a smaller side street. All 3 lots are corner lots. So they have 2 exposed facades. Actually, one has 3 exposed facades, but it has a kind of a small alley behind it. And the program was about 60,000 square feet gross that they had to develop. All the sites we picked were roughly 10,000 square feet. And so with the areas FAR of 6:1, they really had to kind of max this out. So they're compact, tall buildings on the sites. The program that they worked on, I called it like a public service building because that's kind of the best, but maybe not that's the best I could come up with, not the best name. But it basically means they could choose from a public library, a community center, whatever type they imagined, if it's about sports or arts or a mixture of that. They could mix these programs, so it could be library and community center, or somebody also had a fire station as a part of the program. So it was kind of all based around that. I think that's it. Do you guys have any questions? Okay, You guys, I posted the link for the concept board again in the chat in case you need it. Otherwise, I think we can get started. And it will be Joe who can start.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Cho. The program proposed in my building is a daycare and a library, and the site is on the corner of South Alvarado Street and West 6th Street, and it is located right in front of MacArthur Park. It is an area known for the immigrant families and low-income families that lives and works around the area. The site has a
Sorry, is this your project on the screen where it says Alexis?
no, wait, let me, sorry.
Turn on moderation, thank you.
The site has a 6-foot slope down the South Alvarado Street, and the programs of my building are targeted for both the children and adults in the area. The daycare is essential in this neighborhood because the children will need a place to stay in while the adults are busy working during the day. And the library is essential because both the children and adults will need a place to work in or study in during the day. Because when the pandemic hit, it wasn't, people did not account for a place to actually work in or study in their homes. And the Westlake area has a very dense neighborhood, so this program would help them find a place to actually work and study in. This program diagram shows how the daycare is on the lower 4 floors of the building, and the library is on the upper 3 floors. And both programs have this extended corridor that serves the programs, and the programs are divided into 5 modules, while this middle part is the circulation. And on the other side, it's divided into 3 parts, and the middle is also the circulation. The main part of my program is the skip-stop circulation, where especially in this shorter site, you can see how there's a double height space on every other floor and the circulation connecting it. The ground floor of this building makes use of the slope of the site to create a parking to drop off and pick up kids. So the entrance is from here, and the parents will be able to park and drop off their children, and they'll be able to go out, or they can use this automatic parking and actually park and stay in the building. The corner of the site is used for a cafe and a multi-use space, and the view of that is showing the corner condition. The first floor starts with the daycare. However, due to the skip-stop circulation, it actually starts here, where there's a check-in desk on the 2nd floor. And from this floor, you will be able to go down or up to go to where the children will be in the daycare. This view shows the double height space and how it works with the stairs and the play area for the kids. There's some hiding spots for the kids to sort of sit in and wander in, and there's this mesh where they can just hang out in. The other floors are just, there's some staff area. And the last floor is this playground that's outdoors, and they will be able to overlook into the park. This section shows how the skip-stop circulation works. So from this floor, those stairs connects all the way up to the 4th floor, and it also goes down to the 1st floor. And the same can be said about the library, but I'll go into it later. It also for the library, the important part is how I integrated the bookshelves into the staircase. So they will be able to use the bookshelves as a place to sort of hide from the reality while staying with the books. This view shows the main floor of the daycare with the circulation desk in the middle, and where there's stairs, there's one here, there's one there, and there's one at the end, and there's another one here. The library holds the same idea as the daycare with the skip-stop circulation. And the bookshelves are used to create some transparency within the building, even though it's creating some specific spaces. So instead of walls, I used bookshelves to create the boundaries for areas. And on this axon, you can see how there's a circulation desk. And from there, there's these stairs that are in the same language as the daycare, but instead they have bookshelves wrapping around the around the stairs, and they will be able to go into these platforms that's created at every landing, and they can sort of stay in, read, or hang out there. And this is a view of the main floor of the library, the circulation desk, and like how the platforms work. And this section also shows just how the stairs are connected on each floor. The facade of my building, is south and west facing. So, and because I have curtain walls wrapping around the south and west facade, I needed to shade the building. So I chose to shade it with some 50% transparency glass louvers that's connected by spider connections that will be able to shade the building during the day, and it'll leave some transparency at night. And the structure of my building is very simple. It's just with two shear walls, because the back wall, there's buildings on either side of the building. I wasn't able to have windows or anything. So it's just two big shear walls that goes all the way up. And there's 4 columns in the middle that sort of holds the building. And there's these core shear walls that also holds the building, and I connected beams to them to make it structural. And this ENV diagram shows how there's a light well that goes all the way down to the first floor of the building, because the programs on the sides, on these sides where there's shear walls, do not get enough light. So I created this light well so that they can also get some natural light. Thank you.
Is the building steel, concrete, or timber, or what's it made out of?
It's concrete.
Can I ask how you located the program within the volume of the building? I mean, one could, I guess you could take it either way, but another way to look at it is that the daycare should be as far removed from the public as possible for the protection of the children, and to give it more access to exterior space, in which case you'd put it at the top. And then the library, which maybe you'd want to be more accessible to the public and to the street, you'd put at the bottom. You reverse that, so I'm just curious as to why.
One of the reasons why I chose to put the daycare is because the street around the area is pretty busy and loud. So I wanted to have a similar like noisiness in the lower floors, which is the daycare with the children. and the library being a very like a quiet and secluded space, I wanted it to be on the top floor.
Okay, then how have you taken advantage of its location at the top of the building rather than it being located at the bottom? In the terms of its planning, its access to natural light at the roof, or to the mere fact that it's at the top, how is it different?
Because there's these glass, it's surrounded by glass, and like they're shaded. These platforms and these big double height spaces will be able to give them like grand spaces with these big tall bookshelves. So and they can get like a really nice view into the city while they just sit and relax in the library.
Well, okay, but presumably the double height volumes could have been incorporated at the lower level of the building too. There's nothing specific to the top of the building in that particular case. Just seems like for all the nice things that you've got going on, and I do like your interlocking sections. I think there's some really nice sectional things happening here in a very simple gridded floor plan, which I think is very admirable. I guess I immediately go to the fact that we have a whole top of the building here that in a dense urban environment could have offered something very different to how that space at the top of the building is made that it doesn't do. And the top of the building ends as if it were just another floor plan, another floor plate. And I sort of somehow, is there a reason for that, I guess? Or is that just sort of a missing piece at this point?
One of the main reasons why is because I was like following the idea of that interlocking floors. So I was just hesitant on adding like more floors because it would sort of break the way the stairs work in the building and how this section. Yeah.
You know, it seems like it's a spatial interlock. So the idea of it then interlocking with the sky and with the open space at the top of the building would have continued the idea of the progression up through the building. And in fact, I mean, one of the things that I would look for in a public building like this also is the idea of sequence, of how you, and procession, of how you move through a building to reach sort of an ultimate stopping point or an ultimate culmination of the experience at the top. By locating the library, the most public part of the building, and not the daycare at the top, you have that opportunity to make a procession through the building from the ground floor all the way to the top, and to give them a reason to get to that place as a sort of culmination of the experience. And it's not quite there yet. I think the building, so it's got party wall conditions on two sides, but yet it rises quite a ways above the adjacent buildings on those two sides. I'm only seeing on one. What are the heights of the adjacent buildings?
They're like 2-story buildings. Or the other side would be like a 4-story building.
Yeah. And do you anticipate urbanistically those things changing over time, or is this in terms of the land value or the sort of emerging neighborhood, is this likely to change in the near future? Or how do you see this build? Do you see the neighborhood changing as a consequence of this building that you're building? I guess what I'm asking, or what I'm sort of looking for, is how you think about the potential of carving out the building for the views at the top on the sides of the building that currently are party walls. Could you have carved into the building there to allow you to have openings removed from the property line, but that still give you a view in those directions that would have been a surprise because you can never perceive it from the lower level?
There could potentially be future high rises because I noticed that in downtown LA, as like time goes on, there's been like more and more high rises in each neighborhood. So maybe this neighborhood could have more and more high rises around the area too. So I think it's just gonna.
Did you do some little urban design and investigation in your sort of site investigation on this site?
Yeah.
And what have you found about development happening in this area? Is there any?
This place is starting to get more and more popular. So there's a lot of immigrant families, and so there's a lot of need for some affordable housing and multi-use projects. So I think there in the future there could be a lot of higher buildings around the area.
Okay, fair enough. Okay,
and maybe Dennis, I can also kind of chime in because we did say that like the buildings will be. You should assume that there will be a building next to it that will use the maximum FAR and be basically the same height as your building, most likely. That was kind of the, you know, the starting point, how to think about it.
Okay.
I think the project is really well crafted. The sections, as Dennis pointed out, are really interesting, especially when we see the skip stop staircases that you've incorporated and how you're introducing double height volumes. I do have the same question about sequence. Just kind of understanding this more as a public building, right? You know, what is the identity of that kind of the main entry point of this building, right? You know, what are you seeing? And then how do you then start to sequence upward? And I'm wondering maybe the kind of the main stair with circulation core and where it's placed right now, that's the one that's going to get you continuously up and down. I'm just wondering more about that sequence and if that could have been maybe more developed so that it could be maybe encounter more of the building spatially, so instead of it being so condensed or like closed off. That way when you're, because it seems like you would, if I'm just trying to go to the library, I would just be in this kind of box for a number of floors and then I would arrive at the library, correct? This kind of enclosed space of just stair and elevator. And so I'm wondering if maybe it could have wrapped around the perimeter, or there could be more just you know a way of integrating it a little bit more so that it becomes it gives some visual connection, you know, for people who are if I'm not going to the daycare, that I can at least understand what else is happening in this building. And then yeah, I mean, I'm wondering also about, you know, maybe you could have, I mean, I love this idea of the daycare and incorporating access to resources. I mean, I think that's also a really big problem for low income and immigrant families. They need the ability to gain access to like computers or you know, any information that you would need in your daily life, right? And so I guess I wonder if you could have challenged further these two program blocks, I guess, the daycare and the library, instead of them being kind of so separated. I'm just wondering if there could have been opportunities to integrate them together. I mean, you know, maybe that goes against some of the practicalities of privacy and security of the daycare, but it maybe would have, you may have found other solutions to it because of the way that you're using the library as a privacy wall that's still porous. I think that could have been a method you deploy in the entire building, not just only at the top where the library is. And then I'm also wondering about, you know, the skip stop stairs, especially in the, well, I guess it's the same. It could be a challenge for both daycare and library, but I'm wondering if maybe there could have been more of a topography that you incorporate where it's not always stairs, because there's a lot of stairs in your project. I'm wondering if you could have had, you know, maybe made the section an entire topography where you either can sometimes slope or even slide. If you're in the daycare, you could slide down. You know, these are young children. Like, you could have used maybe the section in the daycare as well, in that way, not just for the, you know, the typical stair sequence. But I really enjoy the project. I think you've tackled a lot, and the drawings are very clear. So good job.
Thank you.
Keep trying to talk on mute. I think your visuals, it's a very beautiful looking project. So I commend you on that. Your drawings look really nice. The renderings have a really nice sort of collage quality to them. So I think the presentation as a presentation and as a project stands very well on its own. So I commend you on that. It's really good work. But this is supposed to be a realistic project, right? So I got a little alarmed when you said skip stop for a public building. But it does look like you have elevator stops on every floor, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And you know why that wouldn't work, right? ADA issues, accessibility issues across the board. But I think Claudia's point and Dennis's point are really valid in that this building doesn't seem to have an arrival point. You're just kind of there, and all of a sudden you get shuttled to wherever you're getting shuttled to, and then you leave, right? I think it could do a lot more, especially sort of as a public intervention, the way you're framing it. This park needs this community needs this project, right? You talk about it and you're designing it like it's a necessity, right? But then the way that it looks from the street, it just kind of blends in with everything else, right? So there doesn't seem to be a point where like, oh, I arrived at this project, right? And on top of that, it doesn't seem to be like a mixing chamber, like, as much I appreciate, and maybe we can talk about how appropriate or not it is to have a really loud daycare next to what you want as a quiet library space, but there's a contention there that you could feed off of, right? These parents and these children have some of the same needs that are going to be the people that are going to come use the library, and there's a lot of resources that they could share, right? But there's no space for them to commingle. It's like, if I have my kid there, I'm going to drop them off at the entrance and leave. If I'm going to go to the library, like Claudia is saying, I'm going to sort of head down, go in this little elevator, and head up, right? It's almost like I want to see sort of more of a mixing chamber or more of a lobby. And I understand on the ground floor, that's very hard to do because of your parking requirements and driveway space and stuff. But there's nothing to say that we couldn't separate these two uses a bit more, right? So maybe, between floors 4 and 5, there's an intermediate floor, whereas that's actually almost like a sky lobby. And there's a potential to have some library program there that might sort of commingle with the daycare. And then you have a great view of the park, right? So there's a place for all these people to kind of come together and experience the space. That's one. And then two, and before I comment, I guess maybe I'll give you a chance to explain what the colors are or what they mean. Why is the facade color coded? Does that relate to anything?
The facade's colors are just divided between the double and single height spaces. So like, especially on the shorter side of the building, you can sort of see how the double height spaces are sort of on each and every level.
Yeah. I think that's clear to you. I think for someone that'd be walking by and looking at this, that, it's got two colors, whatever, it kind of looks the same from the exterior. So especially with the program in a project, by the way, I look at your sections and they look incredibly playful, even the way you've sort of rendered the project and sort of the soft pastel colors. I think the facade itself kind of falls a bit short for me, and I'd love to see more of a differentiation and even providing more of an identity, right? If I'm a kid, what are kids attracted to? They're attracted to bold colors, shapes, etc. Right? I want to be a kid. Like that's my school. That's where I go to school, right there, and that's my cubby right there. Like I would love to see this facade sort of really be sort of micro adapted, maybe to a module size or something. It's that's the four-year-old playroom area, or that's where so and so, and because there's a lot going on the interior that you don't get from looking at this. You're looking at it from the outside in, and it just looks like an office building, right? And I think you could push a lot of that playfulness onto the facade and have it be more open in some places, right? As much as I was chastising the last student for not having any solar shading, I think in this case, there's ways to do it where you have play moments where the facade can open more. right? And it's not just about what's going on the inside, it's about projecting that to the exterior, because this is a super populated area, right? MacArthur Park is packed most days of the week, people playing soccer down there, people using the lake, people across the way at the shopping malls, right? So it'd be great to sort of advertise, look at this great amenity we've created for the neighborhood. Check out my stuff over here. It's fantastic for the whole family, right? So that's kind of where I wish the project pushed a little further. Another place that I wish it pushed maybe more than just a little further is in the library space, right? It's 2022. Last time I was in a library to get a physical book, I can't remember, right? I go online to the library's website and I get an ebook. Or, you know, if I'm visiting a city that I haven't been to, I might pop in the library for some Wi-Fi or something. So the way that we use libraries has changed significantly, right? And if I look at your renderings and your floor plans, it's almost like, and it's not just you, kind of, we do this in the profession store, we kind of fetishize the idea of this book, yeah? Whereas I think it could do a lot more. There could be a lot more workshop space, a lot more computer space, right? I think you could have taken the extra step to really analyze, well, what does this community need? You kind of talked about it a little bit, you know, they need computer space, maybe training areas, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But, you know, to then design the library around that and say, yeah, well, we don't have the biggest book collection, but who reads, you know, who needs books, right? You know, we buy books, I buy books because it's kind of like a nerdy thing to hold in your, you know, I love to have a book. But for the most part, people don't necessarily go to the libraries for the physical books anymore. So an understanding of what people do use, you know, public library spaces for, and designing around that could have made this this project even that much more powerful, right? You know, on Thursdays, there's you know, job readiness programs in the libraries, you know, big community room, or et cetera. Yeah, so that provides more of a commingled opportunity, you know, between sort of the very, I'm going to call it very private because I don't like a lot of people hanging out my kids' daycare space. So let's call it very private daycare space and a very public library, kind of an interstitial space where they can relate and talk to each other, not just program to program, but like building to city and context and community, right? So overall, I think the project's really strong and it comes across really beautifully. But I think sort of maybe from the conceptual standpoint and thinking of what this project could do, you could have definitely pushed it a bit further.
Actually, to sort of defend it, on the first floor of the library, I actually have a maker space and a seating area and a children library and just some areas for communal spaces. And on the other floors, I have incorporated just flexible spaces where they can just work on things and like use internet, do work in the library.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, when you discuss when you explain what your program is, I was sort of excited by it because I was hoping that you were going to talk about how you were reinventing the library, which has, you know, been a subject of reinvention for the last 15 years. So where are libraries going? And the fact that you, as you mentioned, libraries took on potentially a whole different new meaning now during the pandemic. I thought, oh my God, that's fantastic. Here we see somebody proposing an evolution of the library based upon something that no one anticipated, you know, in the discussion of where the library is going 5 years ago. So I was hoping to see something that was much more pointed towards that. Maybe libraries are much more like WeWork spaces now than places to house books. I think, you know, I sort of agree with Lewis, the whole romantic idea of beautiful deep walls, you know, lined with books is really a wonderful romantic idea, but that really isn't what libraries are about anymore. So I think, you know, you didn't really focus on that, and maybe you had more thoughts about what the nature of those spaces were, but it's contradicted a little bit by your focusing on those the visuals of the bookshelf itself. And I want to make one more point here, then I won't say anymore. And I hate to discuss functional items in these kind of reviews because they're easily fixed and it really isn't something to spend a lot of time on. But since this is also in a year where accreditation is coming up, your elevator and your stairway combination is not legal. And that's a really worrisome thing there. If that's, I sort of offer that up, maybe to Andre to consider how that gets shown to a accreditation committee, because that's sort of a huge code issue. You can't really combine a stair shaft and have elevators opening up into it. It's a huge fire hazard.
Thanks, Dennis, for
Those things are easily fixed, but I just got you might want to be careful about that.
Yes, yeah. I mean, there should be an elevator, a separate elevator lobby, I guess. Yeah.
This is where you have your consultants come in and they tell you where all the issues are in your code compliance and such. But yeah.
Oh, man, you can't have consultants doing it. You can't have consultants. You can't rely on consultants for that. The accreditation board is not going to buy that logic. I think in general, sorry, I don't mean to contradict you there, Claudia. I just think in general, we have to understand the basis of the fundamental idea of life safety without the nuances of the complications that the current code gets into, which is way too deep. And so the consultants are great for that, but there are certain basic fundamental things that I think we've got to be careful about.
Okay, any last comments before we move to the next project? Okay. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. And the next project will be by Justina.
Hi. Okay, I can start moderating. Right. Is the moderation working? Yes, okay. All right. Hi, thank you for being here. My name is Justina, and the project I'm proposing is a cultural center that aims to allow the community of Westlake to express their culture through arts, music, and performance. In addition, there will be a market that will act as an extension to the sidewalk and allow street vendors in the area to safely sell their products. The site of the project is located across from MacArthur Park at the intersection of Wilshire and South Alvarado Street, where many street vendors have set up their small vending spaces. And right next door to the site is the Westlake Theater that is now being used as a swap meet, and as well as an extension to the vendors on site. And the program of my building includes a vendor market that occupies the ground floor, an auditorium for large performances, dance studios, practice rooms for music, artist studios, as well as art galleries to showcase the artist's work. And the cultural center is divided into three major programs, being performance, music, and art. And each of these programs are individually connected within each other with the large curved staircase, but all throughout the entire building is connected through egress and elevators on each level. The program is laid out into three massings. This diagram shows a typical floor plan layout where the core and service spaces take up a long bar shape and a corridor that connects the service spaces to the large program spaces. And then the large program spaces are divided further into three smaller massings. And to break the tension between the large programs, a large curving staircase is introduced to act as a public connection point between the programs, where visitors can socialize, circulate from one floor to the other, rest, or simply listen to the music surrounding them. So on the ground floor is divided into an outdoor vendor market for vendors looking for a safe space to set up, as well as an indoor market for those looking for permanent space to grow their business, as well as a loading zone to drop off and pick up supplies for the market, and an entry to an automated parking located in subterranean levels. In addition to the market, I mentioned the long core of services. It's located on the north side of the building, which includes egress stairs, elevators, bathrooms, and storage, and that repeats on every level. And in addition to this, a large curving staircase is introduced to allow visitors off the street who don't necessarily want to visit the market, but want access to the cultural center to be able to reach it. And this view shows the outdoor market and expanding onto the sidewalk, as well as ways in which vendors can start to take over the space and set up their vending station, and how visitors from the street can begin to interact with that market, as well as the public staircase introduced. Taking the public stairs to the next level, visitors will reach a terrace that overlooks the market, where they can either visit the small cafe or the lobby of the cultural center, where they're once again met with a large open space that can take them directly to the auditorium levels on the following floors. And this view right here shows the relationship between the ground floor and the lobby level to the street, where visitors can have direct access to the market from the street, and to the lobby from the staircase. And you can see again the staircase repeating on that floor. And so taking the stairs up, you reach the third floor, where that is mostly occupied by the auditorium. And visitors can once again take the large stair to the next level of the auditorium, which is right here. And from this level, the visitors will have to take either the elevators or the egress stairs to reach the floors above that. And this view right here shows some of the performances that could take place in the large auditorium space. So as I mentioned, visitors have to take elevators or egress stairs to reach this level. And this level is the music level, which is a music program spaces, where there are spaces in this floor for individual as well as group practice rooms for music, and as well as a recording studio. And this level connects with the next one with the large staircase that acts as a connection point between all the programs on this level and the next level. So taking the stair, you reach the dance studios as well as a performance practice area. And this space is meant to be a grand, large space that is double heighted to kind of emphasize that connection between these two floors. And this is a view that shows the staircase connecting the two floors with a large double height space and the curtain walls to bring in light and emphasize that space of social activity, where users can either take the stairs to reach the next floors, chat with friends, or simply use it as a seating or resting area. Following this level, visitors once again have to take the elevator or the egress stairs to reach the 7th floor, which is the ones dedicated for art. So on this floor, there are artist painting studios, sculpture studios, and DIY studios. And these spaces again are once connected with the floors above, which is the art gallery. So you take the stair and you reach the art galleries on the top floor. And this is a view showing a typical art show taking place in the gallery, as well as connection between the gallery and the art studios on the lower level. The project utilizes simple concrete construction emphasized through simple shear walls and post to beam connections. And the sections emphasize some of the activities that take place into the program, as well as the connection of the stair between the 3 distinct programs connecting, and the double height that highlights that connection between the levels. And the wall section highlights some acoustical elements that were taken into consideration for the auditorium, as well as how the stair kind of connects with the curtain walls and the facade's connection back to the building. And the facade of the building is expressed through tiered wood battens that repeat on the south and west sides of the building to filter in natural lighting for programs where needed and open up where the large staircases happen. This is a view of the staircase on the lobby level that takes the visitors from the lobby and into the 2 levels of the auditorium. And it just shows the, emphasizes again the double height space that brings in natural lighting to make the space appear more grand. And the elevations show that repetition again of the wood batten that closes up where natural lighting is being filtered, but also opens up where stair spaces are happening to allow more lighting into the space to make it appear larger. And this final view shows moments where the stair spaces break out of the facade to emphasize areas where social interactions happen and allow people in the street to get glimpses into these spaces. Thank you.
What's your facade material? That's not a solid element, right? That's translucent?
The facade
Rated?
material. Oh, the facade
Mhm.
is tiered wood battens made out of wood.
Wood made out of wood. So I'm going to ask kind of maybe a macro question, but how did you arrive at this program? When did you decide, too much or not enough? Because it seems like 1, 2, 3, this could be 5, 6 different buildings in one, right? So was this sort of an analysis of what was required in the area, or just everything you thought we'd need for a cultural center? Because it's a lot of things
Yeah.
kind of mashed into a building, right? Which happens, right? It's not necessarily a good or a bad thing. Just kind of wondering what the thought process was. How did you arrive at these elements, and how did you position them in the building? Was there an analysis there?
So the choice of having a cultural center that focuses on art was based off of a visit to the site where I kind of saw a lot of that, especially around the site, there was a lot of murals and a lot of, actually on the park, there was a small auditorium where people were performing. And I kind of I thought of that as the culture of Westlake. And in addition to that, the market. So it was just different elements that I saw that I thought were expressing the culture of Westlake that I wanted to incorporate.
I think one thing about this that I really enjoy is this idea of these coalescing programs that can sort of, I don't know, there's like a synergistic character to them. It's all sort of arts related. And you're starting to hint at how these could both be sort of metaphorically connected, but physically connected, right? With this idea of a connective, spiral staircase. But then I look at your project and what could be sort of one big connective tissue, you've actually broken up per program, right? So each program gets its own spiral staircase, right? So was there any thought of, maybe there's just one big grand space from which everything emanates, or a big shared area, maybe it's almost like a John Portman building, if you know the Bonaventure, where it's just a gigantic atrium and everything kind of feeds off of that, right? So what was, and so I'm a little, I don't want to say perplexed, but I'm curious as to what your thinking was. Why have these connective tissues and these big gestures, but then sort of segment them per program? Was there any idea of connecting these further? Maybe you could talk us through that.
So I mainly I wanted the 3 distinct programs to be seen as distinct for like acoustical elements for the auditorium, and then again for the music and performance that is separate from the art. And also I was considering some of the fire hazards that happen with like auditorium spaces. So that was another reason, but the major one was having these 3 distinct programs that you can tell they are distinct.
I think one other thing that happens as you're doing this is kind of like the last project, it doesn't feel like there's any point of arrival. You just kind of shuffle throughout till you get to where you're going specifically, right? Even the ground floor, you kind of have this generous plaza, double height space, etc. A place for street vendors to set up, which is fantastic, right? We're LA is kind of in a quasi war with street vendors right now, where they say we want them, you can get permits, but by the way, we're going to do street cleaning wherever you set up. So a place to set them up is fantastic, right? But even the way that you're showing it on your drawings is kind of a little bit haphazard, right? Like if I was coming to this building I'm wearing my fancy black tie, it's a fundraising event in the auditorium or whatever. How do I arrive? Do I take, the one spiral staircase to the balcony on the second floor to take another spiral staircase? Or am I shuttled into sort of, the back elevator and fire stair, which becomes a bit of a miss, right? Because you have all these great things in here. You have an opportunity to have all these programs coalesce and really show off the culture of Westlake community, which is, far and large Mexican and Latin culture, right? But there's no place where they can really mix, as I understand it, right? The lobby's kind of off the ground a bit, or if you can even call it a lobby. There's a bit of a lack of an arrival point, which I think would really help tie everything together right now, because I'm on board. I'm on board with the mixing of programs. I'm on board with bringing these sort of cultural elements to, to quasi-neglected piece of Los Angeles. It's a vital urban fabric there, but it kind of gets looked over a lot, right?
Yeah.
So to bring in this quality of a project here, but then have nowhere really to, to show it off a bit, right? Everything still gets a bit segmented. It feels just a little bit disjointed, like a missed opportunity. So if you had like a second attempt at this, I think that ground floor could be doing a lot more, right? It could be doing a lot more, not just for the vendors or for the artists, right? But for the patrons, the patrons, for better or worse, they're what keep community centers like this going with their donations, and they're going to come see the events and blah, blah, blah. You need to have, I don't think it's a big change, right? That ground floor space is generous. It could be, it could be sort of made more grand, but I think there, for me, is kind of where the project has a bit of an issue. And then of course, sort of, kind of being able to connect these a little bit more, you know what I mean? Because it's kind of like you stacked 4 or 5 buildings on top of each other. And I'm still, I understand the thread that they're all arts related, but sort of the physical thread, the physical connection is kind of not there for me yet.
I actually sort of enjoyed the fragmentation of it. I must say, the fact that you varied the section, and so that the stair shifts, and so that you don't have one singular sort of overly grandiose space with a 6-story high circular stairway in it. The fact that it shifts and is programmatically related, to me, was actually I think one of the highlights of the scheme. You went through the plans very quickly, though. I got a little bit, I didn't have a good feeling of how you moved from one program element to the next, but I do like the fact that there's sort of this correspondence in plan and section, between these circular stairways in plan, and then this curved roof volume at the top. There's sort of a satisfying sort of intellectual connection between those two things, to me, at least the start of it, that I quite like. The fact then that grand stair on the ground floor sticks itself out of the building and gives you an indication when you look at the building from the outside of how you might move through it in a sort of in a tantalizing way, because you're looking at these large scale elements expressed on the facade of the building, and you're saying, wow, how do I get to that? And then when you find your way through it, you're arriving at a place that you saw from the outside, and then that help is taking you to the next space. And then you move to the next stairway, and so on, so forth on up through the building, that I think has the potential for being a really interesting progression. And I think the fact that the top of the building is expressed very differently than any of the floors below it, unlike the last scheme that we saw, means that there's an inclination to want to be at the top, to understand what's going on up there, to want to find your way through there as a sequence, and then be surprised and satisfied when you finally get there. So I think that there's a kind of elegance also to the way the plans are drawn and to the way your perspectives are shown. I don't quite understand sometimes how you move from like, okay, your 8th floor, let's go to your 6th floor. Okay, how do I get from the 6th floor? I come up the circular stair there. How do I get to the 7th floor?
To the 7th floor, you're gonna have to take either the egress stairs or the elevators, so they don't all connect.
So we'll go back down to the 5th floor. So the fifth. So from the fifth floor, I take the stairway up, and now take me to the sixth floor. Okay, now I'm on the sixth floor.
Mhm.
So that stairway virtually, it actually only connects 2 floors.
Yeah, all the stairs only connect 2 floors except for the one from the lobby to the auditorium.
Okay, and then the connection between those 2 floor volumes is only through the elevator? Or the yeah, okay. So I think to Lewis's point, that's the place where the procession breaks down, is that you can't connect between your different program elements without taking an elevator.
Mhm.
Now, so is that an intent on your part to be able to lock those sections off so that you literally can't flow within them between the different program elements?
Yeah, as I mentioned, these they're not connected because they're meant to show like physically the distinction between the program, but also in consideration of some fire hazards that take place with atriums.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, it's they're all in the same building for a reason, right? Like, imagine I'm going to go check out Justina's got a great exhibit on the top floor gallery, and on my way up there, I have to go by and I see this Walden. People are practicing ballet. I'm sorry, it's like a 2-year-old just walked in. But you can see these other portions that are going on, right? You're exposed to it right now. It's all kind of sealed off. I'll stop there. Sorry, my 2-year.
No, I agree. I think it's, there's a similar question as to how you place the sequence of programming. And I was looking at your plans, and I think it must have been on the 7th floor, maybe, where you finally, the floor opens up finally. Like you can circulate, and then you can see, activity on that level. And so I also have that question of, well, I guess I'm wondering how you could further the idea. I mean, either you're saying that the circulation is a mixing point, right, where everyone's going to have those informal interactions or just, interact with each other. And if that is the case, then I think, okay, you really have to think about how the scale of the landings, and where are those moments where you can congregate, or do you allow program to be part of, instead of separated, it becomes part of the circulation sequence. Or you can say no, circulation, just, we're going to get up and down. It's just going to be this nice moment of where you elaborate a little bit on the kind of identity of the building. And that's all that's its only role, which is fine. And so then the program is the communal aspect where culture starts to happen, right? And so I guess it's just, it's not, it's here or there. It's not, it's kind of, it all works, right? Like everything, functionally works, for the most part. Of course, we can always look closer and pick things apart and all of that. But I think, without doing a super close reading on it, everything I think is organized very nicely. It's just a matter of how do you reinforce the idea? What is your position on the idea of culture? And then making this building that is now an identity of culture in the place where it is at, right? And so I love the idea of the farmers market on the ground floor, and how you've essentially freed the ground floor almost. And I'm wondering if you could have freed it more, freed it further, so that you're giving that back to the community. In the way that it's currently organized, I think it gets a little bit closed off. But so I'm just wondering, okay, how can you start to just take the components you have and move them around a little bit so that it reinforces your ideas. I do like this, strategy of you've freed the ground floor so that you have a second ground floor, right? And that's the more formal entry point of the building. And maybe, I don't know if you explained it in that way, but maybe that would have helped. It seems like you're doing that purposefully. And so then it just comes down to the, your position, as everyone's trying to, point out, what is your position on this? How does this become an identity? What is your role as the designer, right? You're creating this image of culture now. And so I think you could have I don't think you really discussed that much. Clearly you have a design approach, use of color, the scalloped roof typology. I also think you could have incorporated that, further into the facade or in the way you're starting to design some of the spaces within the cultural center. But I think it's a really wholesome project. So also congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really enjoy the compaction, of different, like 3 different buildings in one, and it reads on the facade that way. And there's a kind of it has a kind of density, and just looking at the massing of it that I find very satisfying. And then to see how the plan works, and maybe I'm missing the nuances and not looking at it very carefully, but it seems like it has all this potential. And I think you've set up the pieces and the basic strategy in a very interesting way. Maybe to Claudia's point, I think that there are 2 circulation systems, though. The more I think about it, there's the circular stairways and then there's the elevator. The circular stairways are within each one of the 3 stacked buildings. And then the elevator is how you move between those stacked buildings from one to the other. And so your sequence actually involves both of those things. So you can't actually get on this, no one's going to get on this thing and walk up 6 flights of stairs anyway. So your progression or your sequence through the building includes both systems. I think maybe if you had spent more time focusing on that, or maybe it's a question of just explaining it to us, but I suspect that you didn't necessarily think of it that way. But if you had, I think that you could have enriched the thing much more, a little bit more, and made the sequence and progression through the building a little bit stronger. Mm-hmm. And that might have solved maybe Luis's problem too Lewis's problem of not seeing the connection between these obviously three distinct buildings that you're stacking.
Yeah, Luis is fine, by the way, but I don't necessarily think it's a problem, right? And we don't need to have a huge 12-story whatever spiral staircase, but they could be integrated better, right? Like, for example, we're looking at the 4th floor here with the auditorium. If you came out of the elevator to more of an ample lobby, sort of what's going on the right with the spiral staircase, and those were a little bit more closely related, then it's easier to sort of, okay, those connect really easily. But if I'm taking the elevator and I have to walk to the other end of the building to find, oh, there's a great spiral staircase, oh, but it only connects me to one more floor and I got to walk back to the elevator to continue, right? So they're just, you're setting up really, really great moments for yourself. And then just before you get it all, you just kind of hit a little bit of a wall, right? Like you're just forcing people to stop. But, again, the project is really nicely put together. The visuals are great. I love this sort of, I don't know, it's almost like, what's the Mexican pink that Luis Barragan used, sort of mixed with the Swedish bruder for the top of the building, right? So I think you're doing a lot of really, really nice stuff, right? I just wish the programs worked a little bit sort of more together, right? You're really sort of bringing, cross contamination, let's call it, right? So it's not like if I wanted to, I could just go to the art galleries and leave, or I could go check out the auditorium performance and leave and not engage with anything. You have to sort of take a position as the architect and kind of, force people to follow the route you might want them to take. No, I don't want you to go straight there. I want you to have to pass through, Nana's Empanadas downstairs, or I have to deal with this person who's been vending here forever and they just haven't had a chance, right? You have an opportunity to really showcase people from the area by how you lay out these spaces, not just above, right? Even on the ground floor, like maybe even instead of it just having to be a free for all, there's some sort of order to where the stalls can go, right? So there's a sense of permanence. I'm always going to have this location to sell my wares. I don't have to come and bring everything every morning and take it away every night, right? So even small things like that, but these are minor tweaks, right? I think overall the project comes across really, really strong. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. If there are any closing thoughts, please follow up. But I think, you know, Justina, we talked about this before, like what's going to be the discussion about this project, and that's what happened, right? So, I mean, one thing is like, I think Dennis kind of, I think like explained it really well that like, yes, there are kind of two systems and I think they're separated and this is the position you take, right? So I think that's fine, right? But then I think Dennis kind of pointed out then the elevator is really going to be important, right? And actually the elevator is always really important for these tall buildings because nobody walks up no matter how nice the circular stairs are, right? So maybe you could have thought like how to develop actually just the elevator part maybe into a more special part that kind of relates to the circular stair. Maybe, you know, I don't know if the elevator could have gone in that balcony circular space or whatever, right? But somehow then that actually becomes the link that connects everything together, and the stairs are kind of like for each program itself. Nice project.
Thank you.
Looks good.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a very nice project, and I love the simplicity of the plan and the possibilities of a lot of sort of nice things happening spatially within a very simple plan organization, and it's very nicely drawn. So good work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and Claudia, like your comment on the scallop shapes, I totally agree. Like this, like you could have brought this into the auditorium, right? Like the auditorium is your most kind of boring space in a way, looking at it, like, but it should be like one of the highlights, kind of like the gallery. And I would have, I don't know, we should have thought of that. Like,
Yeah.
but anyways, would have been perfect also maybe for acoustical, right? Like you have these ceilings that help with acoustics. So but that's a really good point. Thanks, Claudia. Okay. I think this is the end of the first day. Thank you guys so much for taking time out of your weekend and coming to this review. I really appreciate it. It's been very insightful and thoughtful to, you know, all the hard work that the students did. So thank you for that.
Well, thanks for the invitation, and again, congratulations to the students. You know, wow, you did it.
Congratulations, everyone.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll see the rest of the students again tomorrow. Not the rest, all the students tomorrow, but we'll see the presentation of the other students tomorrow. Get some rest. And the ones that are already finished, I guess you can party, but you still have to come tomorrow. So starts at 9. Thanks, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.